rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledged knowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rock Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the premiere Knicks in the Nighttime show. Let me get this camera right. For some reason, the camera is wanting to misbehave. Let me get this camera right, everybody. Let me see here. That's better. Salute, party people. Salute, Kenny Payne is in the building. Just Knicks is in the building. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights is in the building. King Imbert is in the place to be. Eat, Sleep, Sixers is in the building. Salute to the family. Salute to our family. Eat, Sleep, Sixers, man. Glad y'all are in the spot, man. Salute to y'all. Andios is in the building. Of course, y'all know I'm the #1 Chief Rock Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy. And we are about to talk that talk the way that y'all like to have that talk to y'all. Almighty Finesse is in the building. Almighty Finesse is in the building. Salute, Almighty Finesse. What's good, bro? Hadn't seen you in a minute, man. I'm glad you're here. So I have a few things that I want to talk about, of course, but I want to say salute and congratulations to King Kai and Rel, our family members. They are part of the posse. We talk Mavs. The Mavs are in the NBA Finals. So salute to the Cats with one of the biggest or one of the fastest growing YouTube channels in the business. We talk Mavs. My friend Rel, my friend King Kai. Congratulations for them. For making it. Also, I want to send a special shout out to my man, Demond. We Talk Hawks TV. They have the #1 pick. Salute to Greg Castillo and their YouTube channel, Spurs versus Everyone. Salute again to our new family, Eat, Sleep, Sixers, and the place to be. They do dope content. Man, if you have not done so already, please go check out their content. Right? Go check out Eat, Sleep, Sixers on YouTube. Subscribe to their channel. Follow them on social media. They are a part of the family also, man. We're just doing this thing the way that y'all like the way these things to be done. Bringing y'all dope content from whatever NBA team you root for. We try to just provide dope NBA content. So it's summer. Summer's here. You know we're going to do collaborations with We Talk Mavs. You know we're going to do collaborations with Spurs versus Everyone. You know we're going to do collaborations with We Talk Hawks TV, our family. And we'll probably do something. We're going to try to work something out with Eat, Sleep, Sixers to see if we can do some collabs with them during the summer, provide some quality content and talk that talk the way that y'all like to have that talk to y'all. Right? So salute to everybody. Support the family. That's We Talk Mavs, We Talk Hawks TV, Spurs versus everyone, Lawrence Tears, Eat Sleep Sixers. Support everybody, man. My expectation is that you subscribe to everybody so that you can see this beautiful face everywhere, like on their channel, on this channel, and so that we can continue to put out quality content. But first, let me do this. Let me throw. I'm gonna put the link in the chat because I talked to my guy earlier. And let me do this. Put the link in the chat for him so he can come through and hang out with us. Right. Salute. Mega is in the building. Allah Wise is in the building. First, let me state a concern. My major concern going forward is that Knicks fans may get comfortable where we are. Right? That's my main concern. My major concern is Knicks fans may be comfortable. Dare I say complacent. Right? You guys hit me up from a wide range of different avenues via telephone, DMs, comments, the comment section. You guys comment, you hit me up all the time. Sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming, like, dang, man, they really, these Knicks fans are really passionate, bro. They everywhere. But the main theme I'm getting from Knicks fans right now is run it back. Run it back, Uncle Freezy. Run it back, Uncle Freezy. Fritz Alcindor's in the building. Salute. Salute. The theme that I've been getting since the buzzer went off against Indiana in Game 7 is run it back. People have been telling me, hey, Uncle Freezy, all we have to do is be healthy, man. We could be anybody if we healthy, man. All we need to do is stay healthy, and we could be anybody, Uncle Freezy. No team is safe, Uncle Freezy, if we just come back healthy. And I'm going to be honest with you. That is the bear trap that second round teams set for themselves all the time. All we have to do is run it back and stay healthy. That's the bear trap that second round exit teams set for themselves all the time. And that's who we are. We are a second round organization at this moment. At this moment, we are a second round team. Now, that might feel good for you. That might feel good for you if you're a second round team. I mean, if you're comfortable, complacent being a second round team, that's fine. But ask second round teams that don't advance past the second round how that feels. Ask the Damian Lillard Portland Trailblazers how that feels. Right? Ask my friends in Philadelphia how that feels to be a second round team with promise. Ask the Cleveland Cavaliers and teams like that over the years how that feels being a second round team. Ask the Kyle Lowry, DeMar DeRozan, Toronto Raptors how that feels. Right? In the second round with an arrow pointing up. If such and such wasn't hurt, if such and such didn't get hurt, we'd be the champs. Now, mind you, when I say these things, I'm not telling you that the Knicks need to tear it down and build it from scratch. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. Right? I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying, though, is if you're not improving, you're going backwards. If you're not improving, you're going backwards. That's just how these things go. Michelle in the building, salute. Salute to all the members of the channel. By the way, salute to all the members of the channel. Everybody helping keep the lights on in here, supporting the channel, helping paying for all these apps that we use to grab stats and all that stuff, and for the presentation and all of that stuff. So salute to everybody helping pay the bills and all that. Dripmore is in the building. Salute. And what I caution is not being satisfied with being a second round floor team. Like the second round is the floor for the Knicks. That's how we feel right now. That's how we feel right now. We feel like the second round is our floor. Right? We feel like the second round is our floor. There are 4 teams in the Eastern Conference that probably, well, there are probably more teams than that. But for the most part, if you're a second round team in the Eastern Conference, there's only 4 spots. There are only 4 spots. Right? Boston's one. The Knicks are one. And then the other 2, I would say, with a healthy Joel Embiid, the Sixers are 1. And then the 4th one, I think it's going to be the Orlando Magic. I don't know what to say about Milwaukee right now. They're in that transition stage. So I don't know what to say about them. Maybe they are. Maybe Milwaukee will be better than the Knicks. Maybe Indiana will be better than the Knicks. Right now, I don't know. I feel confident right now that the Knicks are a second round team. Right? I just don't feel confident with that. But or I do feel confident with that. I'm saying, I'm sorry. I feel confident that the Knicks are a second round team, but I don't feel confident with the complacency aspect of things. Run it back, get healthy, and we'll win a chip. I don't think so. I don't know if that's the mindset of a champion. Now, mind you, I'm a Knicks fan, so I don't know what the mindset of a champion is, because the Knicks have not won a championship since 73. Right? So we playing it by ear. So we're playing it by ear, right? So basically we're playing it by ear. But I've been watching basketball long enough to know that teams that get complacent tend to slide backwards. The Memphis Grizzlies, the Mike Conley, Marc Gasol Memphis Grizzlies. Run it back. We don't need anybody. This is good enough. Right? We've seen complacent teams, right? Like the Washington Wizards, John Wall, Bradley Beal, Kelly Oubre, Marcus, the Morris twin, Martin Gortat, Grit. Oh, what's the guy name? I see his face. I can't remember his name. They picked him third. Otto Porter Jr. Otto Porter Jr. They were like, no, this team just needs seasoning. We don't need anything additional. And that team couldn't get over the hump. Bradley Beal, John Wall, Kelly Oubre, Otto Porter, the Morris twin, all of those guys, they were like, nah, man, we good. We just need to keep John Wall healthy. If John Wall can stay healthy, bro, we can compete with anyone. The Memphis Grizzlies, nah, man, we good. Mike Conley, Tony Allen, Rudy Gay, Zach Randolph, Mark Gasol, I think it was James Posey. James Posey. I think may have been Posey, may not been. It may be another guy, right? Like, nah, man, all we have to do is stay healthy, man. We can compete with anybody. The Indiana Pacers, Steven Jackson, Jamal Tinsley, Ron Artest. Pacers, nah, we good. We don't need anybody else, man. We good. We just need to stay healthy. If we stay healthy, we could beat anybody. Jermaine O'Neal. Yeah, I remember the team. Jermaine O'Neal, Austin Crochet, Jalen Rose, all them guys. They're like, yo, if we just stay healthy, bro, we can compete with anyone. We can win a championship with just this team. And it doesn't work like that. In my opinion, teams that constantly look to improve, not tinker, but improve. You don't want to tinker with stuff, but you want to improve stuff. Right? You want to improve. You want to improve with stuff, right? It's just how NBA basketball is. Hey, look who it is. What's good, boss?
Hey, what's going on?
Man, I'm chilling out, man. How you tonight?
Doing good. Just watching the Mavs.
That is an unlikely story. The Dallas Mavericks in the NBA Finals.
Yeah. You know what? I say, like, they took advantage of opportunities. They just
right.
Kyrie came on the cheap with a bad reputation. They took advantage of it. This deadline, PJ Washington, a little undersized, good player, but Charlotte went cap space. They took advantage of that too. So I mean, and it just right time, everything clicked.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the NBA is in such a place where anyone at any given time can win the championship if they get hot. I think it's less about super teams and more about mojo and things like chemistry, and you have to have talent as well and schemes. But I think any team at this point in the NBA in this era, any team can win the championship. I mean, any reasonable team, right? Now, I'm not saying that Charlotte Hornets are gonna become a dynasty. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is if you are a Indiana Pacers, you can be in the lottery for 4 straight seasons and then make your conference finals.
Yep. Yeah.
You know,
And I think even with the mid-season, championship, whatever, you're gonna have teams with more like pressure situations. So you're gonna get players with playoff experience, even though they've never been in the playoffs. So you know what I mean? I think it's gonna get even closer.
high leverage games mid-season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Teams get a feeling, a sense of what it's like to play in high leverage games, and that'll be a motivator going throughout the season. Man, NBA economy show, is that new?
Yeah, it's my channel. I've only got like 6 or 7 videos on there.
Okay.
But
Okay.
starting.
Okay. Salute then to NBA economy show. Okay. Okay. I almost called it economy because I'm British. I'm British, so I say words like economy. And so,
Aluminium.
yeah. So are you trying to? Yeah. Y'all. What do y'all say? Y'all say
Aluminum.
aluminum. Y'all say aluminum. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. How are you feeling about the Knicks offseason though?
Man, I can't get in Leon's brain. I'm sure he got something cooked. He got something cooking. I'm just like, I wonder what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure, but what I will tell you is this. I think the draft is important this year. And I know Knicks fans don't want to hear it, right? Like
It is.
and so whenever the Knicks become a second round stalwart, we forget about the draft.
Yeah.
Right? As Knicks fans, we do. Like in the 90s, remember the 90s when we were like a second round or better team, we were like, man, screw the draft. The year we could have drafted Kobe, we had 3 first round picks, right?
Yeah.
We could have traded up and drafted Kobe Bryant, but we were like, nah, man, I really like John Wallace.
Yeah.
I really like Dante Jones and Walter McCarty. I really like those
guys. I thought, even at the time, I thought Kobe was, I knew Kobe was gonna be good. Like, but yeah. But John Wallace was almost nobody would have saw he didn't hit. Like, nobody would have seen that. Yeah. Everybody thought he was a sure thing.
He should have been a top 10 pick, and he fell in the draft.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody knew something about John Wallace that we didn't know. But we thought it was going to be like the Mark Jackson, Rod Strickland thing where a guy should be top 10, but he falls to us late in the first round, and it's serendipity. Right. Kind of figured it may have been that. But, I was thinking the whole time Jermaine O'Neal was the pick. Like, trade up 1 or 2 spots to get Jermaine O'Neal, the high school kid out of Eau Claire High School. I met that dude several times, bro.
Yeah.
Nicest guy on the planet. Yeah. Right.
It was 90s is a little different. Like, they don't trade like they trade now. Like, you can go up in the draft now. Like, back in the day, they wanted a player. They wanted a player to go somewhere. Like,
we just happen to have some of them, bro.
Yeah.
Think about in 96. Think about the players you traded away after 96. You traded away Starks. You traded away Oakley. You made some, you traded away Oakley to get Canby. You traded away Starks to get Sprewell. I could see a world where you trade into the top whatever to get. You were not going to get Iverson at 1.
No,
Iverson was going to be a Sixer, right? That was fortunate for them. Iverson to the Sixers was a match made in heaven. It was before they drafted him. When they called his name, it was a match made in heaven. His career and their team was a match made in heaven. It was a match made in heaven, right?
Yeah. But also, what you call was in that? What's his name? UConn. Forgot was in there.
Ray Allen.
Ray Allen was in there too. So in my mind, Ray Allen was the guy.
But you couldn't. But could
You
really
couldn't get there. You couldn't get there. Like those are picks that you don't trade.
Even if you could, with your 3 first-round picks, would you draft Ray Allen the same year you signed Allen Houston? I don't think they. I don't think they would have. No. I don't think they. Yeah, I don't think they would have. You know, that's the same summer they signed Allen Houston. So
yeah,
it's one of those that
Yeah.
But at the same time, things are interesting. But what I'm saying, but about this year's draft though, the difference between the 90s Knicks and the 20s Knicks is that you already have a team built and fleshed out already.
Ready to go. Yeah.
Right. You already have a 9-man rotation in place that you want to keep intact. Mm-hmm. You just hope that they come back healthy. And the draft picks you get, you want to have them develop for the future. Maybe find a dog or two, somebody that could be situational, but you're not looking for your franchise player. Now, if you do get lucky, like the Chicago Bulls did when he had Derrick Rose, and you find Tony Snell and Jimmy Butler late in the first round, right? You remember Tony Snell out of New Mexico?
Yeah.
The dark-skinned dude with the braids. And then they drafted Jimmy Butler, the old dude out of Marquette.
Yeah.
The 23-year-old, the super senior out of Marquette, Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
Now, if you're able to find that in the draft, and then they work their way up the depth chart and push some of your veterans out the door because they are better, I could live with that, right? I can live with that. But I don't know if I would throw this draft away and bring back Charlie Brown, Dwayne Washington Jr., Daquan Jeffries, and Jacob Toppin.
Oh, definitely not. Like I know Tibbs has his way, right. But Leon got to protect himself, and he got to make that rotation longer, even if Tibbs don't want it. Just because it may not be true, but the perception is bad, and once the perception gets that bad, you have to do something about it. You know what I mean?
Right. And the thing is with Tom Thibodeau, and I'm not throwing Tibbs under the bus, everybody. Mm-hmm. I'm not throwing Tibbs under the bus because 3 years ago, a lot of the people on this show and in this chat, 3 years ago, a lot of the people that used to come on this show, they were frustrated with Tom Thibodeau. They were frustrated with Tibbs, right? A lot of people wanted him gone. A lot of people wanted him to change, or whatever it was, right? Now that Tibbs has us in the second round of the playoffs for 2 straight seasons, the narrative has changed. But honestly, a lot of the things that Tom Thibodeau did in Chicago, he's doing here.
Same thing.
A lot of it. Now, we can turn a blind eye to it, which I'm turning a blind eye to it myself. Yeah. I don't want to admit that Tom Thibodeau is doing some of the same things he did in Chicago, but Tom Thibodeau is doing some of the same things he did in Chicago. Yeah.
Well,
right?
That's why I in December, when we were going through like that rush stretch, like I called up here and I'm like, they got to do something. Right. It wasn't even necessary. They need to fire him, but you have to make sure that things are getting taken care of. Like yeah. I mean, I kind of look at it like in business. You may have a coworker who gets things done, but does it all the wrong ways.
Right.
And you have to and people are like, oh, what's the problem? Like, he's not doing it the right way. And you have to either make him do it or get someone to make him do it.
Right. Yeah. Right. You talking about my coworkers, bro?
Hey,
my coworkers, bro. You don't even know them, bro.
Everybody, every job got that kind of person.
Everybody,
every job got one.
Yeah. And so no, I get it. The thing with Tom Thibodeau is I understand I think what we need to recognize with Tibbs and Leon Rose and everybody associated with is that this is a franchise. It's not just a basketball roster, right? It's an organization,
Mhm.
and organizations win championships. The coach doesn't just win championships; the organization does, right? And the reason why Steve Kerr is so good is not just because he developed Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green, and those guys. Those guys were probably already good before he got there.
Mhm.
But he is a great organizer. Steve Kerr is a great organizer. Things run well when Steve Kerr is in town. Right now, with that said, when it comes to developing young players, Steve Kerr, in my mind, is terrible. Right? Regardless of they had a young shooting. You remember Festus Ezeli?
Big
The
guy.
guy he drafted out of Vanderbilt, I think. They had
I remember big guy though. I remember he was like
big, yeah. And then they drafted the power forward, Jacob. What's the guy? They drafted a power forward, and they wound up trading him to Minnesota.
Is it Pirtle? No, it's not Pirtle. No.
Bell, something Bell, something Bell, something. And then
There's
they had a
Bell,
young
yeah.
6'6". They drafted a young 6'6" shooting guard. He was like a point guard / shooting guard.
Mhm.
And most recently, they drafted Moses Moody, James Wiseman, and Jonathan Kuminga,
Mhm.
and Brandon Podziemski. Yeah,
Yep.
Jordan Bell, that's his name, DSJ. Yeah, thank you. Jordan Bell was a young power forward that they had.
Yep.
And I'm not throwing Steve Kerr under the bus because he's a championship level coach, but every coach is good at one thing more so than another. Right. And so that's the point that I'm using for Tom Thibodeau is even the Steve Kerrs of the world, the Eric Spoelstras of the world, the San Antonio coach, Greg Popovich's of the world, they are usually great at one thing and then maybe other things maybe not so great.
True. Yep.
And the same thing with Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau is great at some things, other things not so much. That's why I think the draft is important.
Mm-hmm.
Save Tom Thibodeau from himself. Get cheap bodies, get cheap labor on the roster, and go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll see like on most championship teams, there's usually like one good player who's just not get paid.
Yet. Not yet. Yeah.
And that's either a rookie or you just got fortunate. But you have to have one or two because the NBA is just not built where everybody can get paid and be good.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. King Ribby is in the building, probably fresh out the shower. Salute to King Ribby. Salute to the greatest borough that God ever created, Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn is in the building. Stand up. Knicks Live says definitely need to draft this year. Edie, yeah, I wouldn't be upset by that. Yo,
People
Mike
noticing.
Austin is in the building. What's good? Salute. I'm sorry, go ahead,
They said a lot of people saying Edie's top 10. They say Edie's like solidly in top 10.
Okay.
So, after the combine, top 10. But earlier, a lot of those mocks said, oh, he's going to slip to the second round.
Right.
No, not anymore.
It just goes to show the more information you get, the more information you need.
Mm-hmm.
The more details you get about Zach Edey, the more interesting Zach Edey becomes, the more you look into what Zach Edey is. Right. It's the same for the bottom of the draft. I don't think this is a top heavy draft. I don't think this is a star studded draft. I do think this draft is deep though.
Yeah.
I think this draft is deep with role players. If you're a bargain shopper, this is your draft.
Yeah. Well, I think with the now that in college you can get paid, the NIL deals, there's a lot of players who don't belong there who didn't go this time. Like usually you get the players, oh man, they can, they're fast, they got the look, but they ain't that good. I think there's a lot of people they knew they got the look, but they ain't that good. They went back to school.
About that,
So
you got the look. Is that a song? Did somebody DSJ, did somebody that wears the color purple make a song like you got the look? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't know. To your NIL point though, may I want to build on your NIL point if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think the NIL money have players working less hard.
Wow.
Right? If you're getting paid straight out of high school with NIL money, you don't have to work as hard, bro. Because think about it. If your mom is making $28,000 on one job and then got to work part-time where she make $10,000 on the other job and she's never home, and your pops was just sending child support, you know what I'm saying? I'm just making up a scenario, right? Just making up a scenario. And maybe your mom is bringing home total with everything, she's bringing home about 40 grand. And then you get an NIL contract from Kentucky and they legit pay you $750,000. That's more than your mom would make in 15 years.
Yeah.
Right? That's more than your mom would make in 15 years, right?
Yeah.
As soon as you go to Kentucky, you made that in one season. Do you have to work as hard as you would have had to work if you had to grind your way up the Kentucky Wildcat depth chart in order to possibly get drafted and then sign a rookie deal?
Oh yeah, these players aren't working their way up. They's like, yo, I'm not starting. I'm transferring. I'm not
right to go get more NIL money.
Yeah. Yeah, they
right.
Like they want to start. You got like decent players transferring, like just because they ain't starting. And back in the day, you can be in North Carolina and be a bench piece and still get drafted. Now that ain't gonna happen. They ain't gonna sit on the bench.
Right. Yeah. Well, what I'm telling you is I guess what I'm saying is the dudes that have that dog in them are gonna separate from the dudes that are just looking for those paychecks. And listen, and if you're just looking for the bread, I'm not knocking you for just looking for the bread. And man, look, I'm looking for the bread right now. Like people, like a guy asked me, so I don't know if you noticed, but I do asset management and things of that sort, right?
Okay,
and
I know what it is. Yep.
Yeah, so a dude asked me, because what happened is, Fritz, I used to do it for other people, but I didn't know what the name of it was, and I was good at it. Man, I used to make a dude a lot of money, like doing that, right, for him. And then one day, a random dude came in and was like, "Hey, you making a lot of money in here, man. We see a lot of people coming in and out, man, and you know what I'm saying? You thinking about opening more spaces and teaching people?" And I was like, "No, this is not my space. I work for," and then he looked at me. He was like, "Oh, you don't?" And I was like, "Nah, I just," he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I was on the way home and I was like, he's right. This dude is in the office 1 week out of the month, and I'm working weekends. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, the long story short is last year I encountered a dude. He was like, yeah, man, I'm looking for a go-getter. I'm looking for somebody to grind, blah, 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 blah. And man, I need somebody on my team to be such and such, man. And we're trying to do. I was like, yeah, that ship is passed, bro. I'm just looking for the bag. Yo, all the hardworking people stand up and go over there and work hard. I'm looking for the bag the smartest way possible.
He's trying to get his dollars worth.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, to stay on topic, I think there are some dogs in this draft that just love to play basketball, and team fit and organization fit is more important to them than the bag. But then there are other guys in here that their talent is going to transcend draft slots and all that stuff. And you know their names, the Zachary Rees-Hachés, the Alexander Saws, those type of guys. But where the Knicks pick at 24, 25, and 38, the Knicks could legit take their pick of the dog litter, right? Like of the dogs. And they can add them to the roster and bring them up in that Knicks culture that we've created here in the 2020s, right? And have them backfill the roster and grind their way up the depth chart, kind of like the old school way. When you drafted a rookie, he didn't come in starting. He had to prove himself and work his way up the depth chart.
Red shirt year.
Yeah. So while there is no Zion in this draft, there is no Wemby in this draft, but there are guys like Keyshawn George that in the right situation can grind his way up and be a offensive weapon for the next 10 to 15 seasons if he's put in the right situation. Yeah, and Mike says, flip side to that, it's going to separate the guys that really love the game from the dudes that just want to be rich. Yeah. No doubt. So what is the thing that you're looking forward to the most this offseason? Is there a specific move on the NBA landscape, the Knicks landscape, the draft landscape? Is there something that you're looking forward to?
Like a big move
that may happen, that may excite you?
I don't know. I'd like to see with the teams with a lot of cap space what they're gonna do with it and how they move things. I just can't see them signing free agents. I just isn't too many good ones.
The Knicks?
No, I mean like San Antonio.
Right.
You got Charlotte.
Right.
What are those teams doing? Are they gonna start plucking players from other teams? So I think Detroit, I think it can move things around.
I think oh, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I think that can move things around. I think this is a lot of uncertainty. You got Brooklyn. Are they going to tear it down? Are they going to try to retool it? Like, there's a lot of teams that they're not talking. Like, they're not showing their hand yet.
Okay. So the Brooklyn thing, I want to put a pin in that one and come back to it because I want to discuss that one with you. But I want to I want to just speak on the thing that you just mentioned. I honestly believe that there are 5 situations around the NBA, maybe more, but 5 that are on the radar for me that I think something is going to happen and it's going to happen soon. And those situations are Philadelphia, Milwaukee, the Lakers, Phoenix, and there was a fifth one. I had a fifth one. Oh, Jimmy Butler in Miami.
Yeah.
I think there are 5 situations where I think something major is going to happen. Not for all 5 now, but I think if something major happens in 2 of those places, there will be a cascading effect that may impact the other 5 teams.
Yeah.
Right? Like, for instance, we all know Milwaukee is not going to stay pat.
They can't. Giannis won't accept it. Like Giannis, right. he threatens. He's threatened them every summer. Like, you gotta show me something.
Right.
You gotta show me something.
Right. And so there's the Giannis thing in Milwaukee. Right. There's the Joel Embiid thing in Philly. He and Tyrese Maxey with all that cap space and a team president that's a wheeler and dealer, right? There's the Jimmy Butler situation in Miami with the extension. Do they go young or do they double down on Jimmy? Right? There's the Phoenix Suns situation where what type of improvement do you look to make in Phoenix with an aging star in Kevin Durant? A guy that's about to start aging in Bradley Beal, right? And a young stud that may become complacent in Devin Booker. And then there's the LeBron James issue with the Lakers. What do you do in LA with the LeBron James, Anthony Davis thing? To a lesser extent, there's going to be some Clippers issues, right?
Yeah.
The Clippers are going to have issues. And to even lesser extent than that, what do you do if you're the New York Knicks?
Yeah.
And in my mind, all these things have a cascading effect, because if Miami, Philly, Milwaukee bring in the replacements, say if they load up with firepower, what do you do if you're the Knicks? Do you just run it back?
You can't. I know the fans think that you can run it back, but every year the teams get better. and the teams are game planning for the Knicks. The way you do it is you look at who you gotta beat. And I think they look at the Knicks. We were number 2 this year. They're game planning for us next year.
Right.
When we were we were 4th or 5th, they were gunning for the Celtics. Now they're gunning for us.
Right.
So they there's Jalen Brunson. Who can we put on Jalen Brunson? Right. Or who do we got on our roster who could deal with him in the playoffs?
Right.
So
salute to HP Carlos in the building. Salute. Shout out to our people in Portugal, our brethren and sistren in Portugal. Oh, salute. Salute to all our people in Jamaica. Y'all wilding out. Salute to the people in Jamaica watching. Salute to the people all my brothers in the Philippines. Salute to y'all. Kai Soto. Salute to all my people in the Philippines. Salute to all the Canadians that watch, and everybody else around the world that watch the show, whether live or on replay. Remember, man, subscribe to the channel, hit that like button as we talk that talk the way that y'all like to have that talk to y'all. Salute to y'all. So what are you thinking, bro? What are you thinking Miami and Milwaukee are going to do?
Well, that team has gotten pretty old.
Old fast, right?
Yeah, it's gotten pretty old. Jimmy Butler is his age. I'd probably trade him. He still has value.
So who wants Jimmy Butler?
Somebody who's desperate to. I don't know. That's kind of like a last piece type of player. I don't know if there's too many.
Salute. Not to cut you off. I was
Salute,
gonna
salute.
salute
Hey,
Freeze
what's
to the
up?
two shot. I was gonna say, there's been rumors that like the Sixers are interested in offering him a contract. The Warriors have been twiddling their thumbs trying to see if what Jimmy Butler's price is worth. And it comes down to like Jimmy wants a max extension at the end of his career, and Pat Riley's not budging. And if you know Pat Riley didn't even want to pay Dwayne Wade $20 million.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't want to pay Jimmy Butler ain't bringing him no hardware.
And Dwayne Wade was washed when he was asking for that $20 million.
But
And
it's
and
also
Jimmy Butler is washed and he asking for this max.
Yeah.
I would say he was washed, but he had a couple nights. Well, he had a good year in Chicago. Remember, after he left them, he's in the same place that Jimmy Butler's in.
Well,
Except Jimmy Butler's missing way more time, even
Yeah.
though he could possibly play.
I
And
think
his impact isn't the same.
Yeah, I think Philly. I think Philly may be interested just because Jimmy Butler's time in the playoffs, but they have so much heavy usage in the playoffs with Jimmy Butler, and he doesn't really show up in the regular season though. But when it comes to Philly, you have Embiid, who kind of disappears in the playoffs. So so maybe they're thinking, hey, we have a closer, because that's been his issue.
I think
Embiid can't
Maxi's
close.
gonna be their closer, but their lack of depth in terms of like
Yeah.
third scoring, because they were relying on Tobias Harris to give them something, and like guys like Kelly Oubre to give them that third punch, and I guess they're like, okay,
Yeah.
we need some level of consistency behind Maxi and Embiid, and they didn't have it, and they're looking for it still. That's why they're
My
even
only
thinking about Paul George.
My only issue is that Jimmy Butler ain't interested during the season. Like
Exactly, and Joel Embiid gets hurt every season, so
yeah.
but
Hey, well,
it's
so what I think well, I'll see if I can get BG and them guys to come on and talk about the Philly thing. I think y'all are being the Philly thing, I think y'all may be being a tad
Harsh on Philly.
aggressive because it wasn't just Nicholas Batum and Tobias Harris. They had guys that had been hurt in the backcourt too. I think the young guy they have, is it
Melton,
Melton and the other guy.
but he's not a scorer. It's
No,
more of
not
like
him, not him. The other guy, the other young guy. Not Ricky Council, the other guy. They had another guy, I think, was a promising young guy, and those guys missed time. And then they traded for Buddy Hield, and Buddy Hield didn't provide them consistency.
Mm-hmm.
And it was less about Maxey and Embiid and what they could provide, and more about the supporting cast and what that supporting cast couldn't provide consistently.
Yeah, Ricky
Because
Council.
man, listen.
I'm not too sure about like a younger guy in their backcourt. Uh, I'm thinking about their roster. The only person I could see is
Oh, it
like,
might have been Ricky Council.
or Melton.
It may have been
but
Ricky
they don't
Council.
play him.
Hold on. It may have been Ricky Council, but the guy that did step in was Cameron Payne. So it may have been Ricky Council.
And they traded for Cameron Payne the same time they got Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Because remember they had they moved what's that scrap Pat Beverly for a campaign.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where they're looking for production from the wing. Like they already got it situated from the guard. Like Maxi's a bona fide star at that point.
Right.
And Joel Embiid is Joel Embiid, but they're lacking that punch from the wing position. they don't have anyone in that 6'8" to 6'5" range that is dependable
Right.
offensively. And they were expecting that out of Tobias, but that contract became one of the worst untenable contracts and situations in the NBA. And that
Yeah.
they got that up out the way. So like and that's why partially the reason why they're looking at Paul George, because they want the production from the wing. Maxey already got it covered. Joel Embiid is averaging more points per minute than anyone in NBA history since Wilt.
Right.
So it's one of the things where like they need it much more beyond just production from the wing. They need some playmaking from the wing as well. That's why they're even interested in Jimmy and Paul George, because they both can initiate and create offense for others.
Right.
That's why though they're in that territory looking at it, and Daryl Morey is trying. That's why I was thinking it was fool's gold when like Sixers were rumored to be interested in OG, and I'm just like, OG is a very, very good player, but I don't think they're just looking for a guy to sit in the corner and play elite defense. I think they want some offensive production as well. And but they're in a weird position, but they're also in a good position. But the wing depth in this free agency period and available players is kind of lackluster.
Yeah, they
And
have,
the guys that are available are 34, 35.
Yeah. Yeah. They should have locked up somebody last summer when
Yep.
all the wings were changing places.
Yep.
Right. But it's one of those things when you kick the can down the road. When you kick the can down the road on certain things, these are the type things that you face. The market may dry up right in front of you. Right.
And Kelly Oubre might not even be back because he's looking to get paid because he just came off of vet minimum and averaged 15 points.
yeah,
Yeah.
He's
and
looking
he's
to
not
get
gonna
a couple
wait.
dollars.
He's not gonna wait because he was the dumbest person last summer. He said he literally, I don't know, he went on a trip when free agency started and he didn't look at his phone for a week. And he said when he turned his phone on, there was no money out there. Like seriously? I
I,
don't think
that doesn't
I don't
even
think he's
make
gonna make
sense.
that mistake again. I don't think he's gonna make that mistake again.
I don't believe him because if anything happens like that, there's a reason why NBA players have agents. I
Yeah,
think I
it
think he
did
was
not
just
make any
lying.
sense.
I think he was lying to himself about his value because his value was shot because all he's ever been on was terrible teams.
Yeah,
Or if he
Right.
was on a solid team like the Warriors, he didn't play well,
yeah.
and they had to pull him out the
He
rotation.
probably got an offer. He probably got an offer he didn't like and just try to wait it out.
Or
You
he
thought
may
you thought
have
he like
wanted to
Charles
be in a
Sprewelled himself?
yeah, he
I,
may have been heart set on a certain destination and it didn't become available. And then, then the market dried up.
Musical chairs,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's definitely him and like DJJ off the Mavs both came into the season on minimum deals. They're both about to get paid
Yeah.
like $10 million plus
yeah.
for what
Would
they
you
do.
would you give them $10 million plus
Um,
to the Knicks?
if I'm paying OG that much money, hell no. I'm a draft an understudy for OG.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
gonna
just
draft two understudies for OG.
Yeah, because like
yeah, we're in a weird spot.
when you're paying OG $35+ million a year, you can't afford to throw $10 million at another wing that's not going to start.
And with Josh Hart, yeah,
Yeah.
how much time do you have after Josh Hart gets his?
I think the Hartenstein money will be available. So you can throw the Hartenstein money at
You
Chris.
already assuming we not paying him.
No, I'm assuming them. I'm assuming them. I'm sorry. I'm assuming we won't be able to afford him. I'm assuming that we'll have to pivot in our plan and go find another analytic darling backup center from another team and bring him in and then fall in love with him for 2 more years, like we normally do.
Well, if we're going analytic, darling, I don't see that from a big standpoint. I see that from the wings, though. There are a couple wings
If
that are analytical darlings that are
Yeah.
undervalued.
I mean, if you know that you're not going to be able to get him that's when you go in the draft or you move up
When you, if you for who though? For Hartenstein
I, f-
or for,
I
or
was
for a
for someone else?
replacement. Yeah, a replacement for Hartenstein.
I heard that golly, what's his name? I heard the Clippers are going to offer Zubac 25 mil a year.
Oh, that's crazy.
Very, very. But you know what though? They can't afford to lose him.
No.
They can't. They can't. They can't even afford to let him get close to the door because then your options are going to be if you lose him.
You can't even sign someone. Yeah.
Yeah, you're already over the cap by millions of dollars. So now you're looking at re-signing in-house options. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, they got a new arena. And yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And so if Zubac is gonna get 25,
Zubac is
right?
not getting 25, Freezy.
Watch. Okay.
I can Freezy out. What do you want to wager?
I'm just saying that one of these days you're gonna realize that I do know a little bit about this
Oh
thing.
no. You
One of
know
these days,
a little bit.
I'm just not gonna come up here
You,
while Fritz. You know I'm not just gonna come up here wilding, right? Like, yeah,
Mhm.
you
Zubac
know a
is gonna
little
get
bit, but
39 million.
he ain't getting 25 a year. No.
Okay, all right, we'll
No.
see.
20 maybe?
No,
21? No, he's not getting 25.
no. You think that man's gonna take the going rate for? Nah, they ain't doing that.
And plus he got him in the corner. Like once you got him
Yeah,
in the corner, that's what Tobias Harris did. Like he had
yeah.
Philly in the corner and he's like, oh, pay me.
He
And
gonna get a Kirk Cousins deal, like Fritz said. He gonna Kirk Cousins them, bro. The reason why
Kirk
Kirk
Cousins
Cousins is the
who?
highest
The
paid quarterback
Clippers?
right now, not because he's the best, but he always catches teams thirsty for quarterback play.
Wait. Who's paying Zubac this $25 million?
The Clippers,
They're bringing back PG
yeah,
and Harden.
and Harden,
Mhm.
yeah. You think their owner is worried about the tax benefit?
Number one, he's not getting paid over this summer, and if he does get paid via extension, it won't be 25 a year. He's just coming off of a deal where he's earning $7 million a year. He's not getting an $18 million raise.
Okay, watch.
No, not under these restrictions. Not for the Clippers. If he gets
Okay.
if he gets $25 million a year, it will not be from the Clippers.
The Clippers can't afford to let him leave.
The
If
Clippers
he
can't
gets
afford
25,
a
if he gets
25.
25
They
million,
can't afford a 20. They Freezy. They had Steve Ballmer there, and they didn't pay Isaiah Hartenstein $8 million. Where
right?
do you think they're going to pay $18 million more over a $7 million salary for the same
They
player?
were already paying Zubats.
Zubac is on a 3-year, $13 million deal,
Why would
$33 million deal.
why
He
would
makes
they
$11 million.
pay? Why
Yeah,
would they
Hartenstein
pay?
was their backup.
Right?
Yeah,
Hartenstein
Why
was the
would they pay
backup.
the backup more than? I don't know I don't understand the point here.
they're not going to pay a starter
Watch. Okay.
$25 million a
Okay.
So,
year at the center. Freezy.
Okay.
Like
sometimes sometimes you're forced to.
if we're looking
Yeah.
at the market around in the league, very seldom do centers make more than 22 to 20 million dollars right now outside of the premier centers in the league.
Mhm.
If you're looking at role playing centers, role players, they don't make $25 million a year. They're not going to turn around and give him money that's close to what's his name, DeAndre Ayton, because he's not DeAndre Ayton anyway in the first place.
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton is making 32 million a year.
Yeah, 25 million. He's not that. No, he's not. No.
Yeah, yeah. There's a
And even
difference
then, he's
between
not. And even then, DeAndre
there's a
Ayton
difference
is
between
overpaid.
32 and 25. Like there's a difference between 25 and 18.
And even
Right.
then, DeAndre Ayton is overpaid.
It don't matter. That's not what his checkbook says. What that man direct deposit says is that he's getting
Oh
32
no,
million a year.
he's in his mind, he's adequately compensated, but very few teams in the league would actually give him that.
Drake, no disrespect, bro, but
Uh,
you and I
Is he
had
better than Miles Turner, Freezy?
you and I had the same conversation about Josh Hart last year. Remember this, Josh Hart? Remember this?
Is
Remember
he
the
better
same thing?
than and
Josh
is
Hart
he
is not going to get such and such $1 million. And I was like, yeah, I would give Josh Hart a raise, maybe to 14 or 15. And somebody here was like, yo,
you're confusing what I wanted and what I said was gonna happen. I knew they were gonna pay him. What I wanted, I didn't want them to pay him that figure.
no, you said they're not going to pay that man in that starter money range.
At $18 million a year range is what I didn't want to happen, and I knew it was going to happen. I knew they were gonna pay him upwards of 17 plus a
No,
year.
you didn't, Dre.
Yeah, I'm
No,
freezing.
you didn't.
I'm remembering
No,
this
you
because
didn't.
I
Because
explicitly said I didn't want this to
when we
happen.
were saying 4 for 80, you were like, they're not even going to get close to 4 for 80. And I was like, bro, they're going to get that. They're going to give that man 18 mil a year. Watch.
But they gave him an extension of because they took off. What did he make this year? Like 12 million or 13 million?
12.9. Yeah. So he
Yeah, he
made,
opted in and then
And
he
then
extended.
his
Yep.
actual deal turned out to be like 90 over five,
yeah.
which is
Yeah.
like basically 17, $18 million a year.
Yeah.
4 over 80 is $20 million a year. I
Yeah.
was not they didn't do that, but they got pretty close, but they didn't do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
outperformed it.
That's what they did. Yeah. That's how they got to. Yeah. That's how they got to five. I think it's like 5 years, 92 something. It was close enough. It's like
No,
19
no,
and a
no.
half.
You're right. It's 4 years, $81 million.
Yeah.
Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be a bench player
Yeah.
that averages 7 points of the bench.
High level role player. High level role
High
players.
level role. Yeah. And what Zubats provides for their defense, they don't know if they can find that somewhere else on the open market, especially when they're over the cap. And I don't even know if they can use their exemptions because they also they have guys like Norm Powell making like $20 million.
Yeah.
Well,
You can't
they don't have to make that decision right now in the first place because he expires next summer, not this summer. They can extend him and his money will kick in.
Norm Powell or
No,
Zubats?
no, Zubox.
Okay.
He has his deal goes into next summer. So they don't have to make that decision right now. And even if they were to extend him, it wouldn't affect their books until next year.
Okay.
And even then, you got to look around the league what the going rate for guys what Zubox does.
Did you see Jacob Pertle's extension
He got $20 million a year,
for
and he's
Jacob
gonna get
Pertle?
around 20. He's not getting 25. That's where my
For,
stickler is because when you look around the league, like teams are afraid to give guys like Zubox or Nurkic big level extensions, and then they kind of don't just pan out. And they don't even. This is the thing about Zubox. Zubox is a lot better than the Clippers actually use him. When he actually does get touches, and he's in around the paint and in the
right.
rim, he's highly efficient.
Right.
But they don't use him as much, and they might use that against him in negotiations. Like, oh look, you only average 10 points and 9 rebounds a night, but it's like he only does that because you only play him like 28 minutes because you run
Low
a bunch of
usage.
small ball lineups.
With PJ Tucker at the 5 getting roasted. Yeah.
Well, PJ Tucker was out of the rotation for like 4 months because he was trash. But
But
they,
he was trash. Yeah.
but they had Daniel Tice as the backup. You know what, Freezy? I wouldn't even mind if we gave Daniel Tice a cheap ass contract as like a
But he's
backup big.
too little though. He's too little.
I mean, when you're going against backup bigs, you don't need to be big.
Yeah, Daniel Tice, Kelly Olynyk. These guys, they
They have
sound
Daniel
big.
Tice
They're
and
little.
Miles Plumlee as their backup centers
Yep.
behind Zubox. And they're
Yep.
serviceable. They're decent guys. They probably wish they gave Hartenstein that $8 million,
Yep.
but they didn't.
Hindsight is 2020 though.
Hindsight is very 2020. But they're gonna leverage whatever it is their statistics. But he's probably I'm gonna keep it real with you. They probably can't even afford to give Zubac $20 million. Zubac's probably leaving after that deal is up, and they're probably gonna draft a big this year.
From what I hear, and I watched the Clips and Dip podcast, the link that I sent you, the two
Yeah,
centers that the Clippers absolutely love,
yeah.
Zubats and Isaiah Hartenstein. Right now, the thing is, do you allow Zubats to leave like you let Hartenstein leave? No, that's why they're kicking the can about 25 mil. Now, the thing is with Hartenstein is if Jarrett Allen, Kelly Olin, Jarrett Allen, Jacob Pertl, and there's one other guy I can't remember. There's somebody, Jarrett Allen, somebody else. They're making,
Valanciunas.
huh?
Oh,
That
Valanciunas
Valanciunas is a free agent.
No, I'm talking about that's already signed.
Oh.
That already have the $20 million deals. Jarrett Allen, Pirtle, and there's somebody else I cannot remember who it is. But if those guys are already
Toronto, I
signed
think.
to $20 million deals, you can imagine
You
what
got to start at
Hartenstein
20
is gonna
million.
where he's a. I think Hartenstein's number is gonna start with a 2 when he hits free agency.
Yeah, I
Now,
think
is
the
that
Knicks.
ridiculous for us? Yes.
I think the Knicks gonna try to lock him up early, but
And what you think 4 years 72 and that early bird negotiation is going to be good enough?
he sounded like it, like he wanted to come back.
I mean,
If you can try to get him to commit before,
what
free
was he
agency
going to
starts.
say? No, I hate New York. Was he going to do a Jorge Lopez?
I don't know. I mean, is he the guy? Like, is he the guy? And then
if you pay him, he's got to be a
Robinson,
starting.
and then
He's got to be a starting center.
is Robinson going to go elsewhere? Is it?
I think this is the thing. Like, even if we bring him back, we may run. Hypothetically speaking, if we bring him back, I've said this before to Freezy. If we bring him back, we may keep them together for one season, but one season alone, because it wouldn't be fiscally responsible to pay two centers that much for an extended amount of time. But if we were to bring him back, we'd probably run them two together for 1 year and then make a decision on who goes and who stays the following summer or at the deadline.
I think Robinson goes.
I don't see them. I don't see them holding on to two centers.
I don't even see them going down that road, bro. I think we're asking the Knicks front office to make a decision that they're not comfortable making, which is overpaying a player at a position. We know they don't value that. They lean the other way, and then you're also asking them to not only do that, but then find a trade suitor for that contract after that, and they're also bad at that, right? Because we've seen it twice. We've seen it with the oh god, I said twice, but one time comes to mind with the Evan Fournier contract, where they overpaid a guy, and then they couldn't find a trade partner for him, and it is extended over over 2 seasons.
He depreciated in value so badly.
Right.
It's one of those things, but like it's one of those things where Hartenstein, because he's a solid rebounder and
Oh, Nerlens Noel. Nerlens, that's the other. I'm
yeah,
sorry,
it
my
was
bad.
not
Right,
yeah,
Nerlens Noel
that was a
contract.
terrible contract. But it's one of those things where I think Hartenstein's floor is established at this point of he is who he is, and he's kind of established himself as a very good rebounder, a solid defender, can pass.
Nerlens Noel. Yeah.
Like no.
Like Nerlens Noel.
He doesn't have hands like Nerlens Noel, and he
No,
definitely
no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he came here. He was on several teams. He came here, rehabbed his stock, right? Gained NBA value, and now he's in that place where he can get a really valuable NBA contract like Nerlens Noel did.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that man's name.
But it is what Nerlens Noel did, though, bro.
Well, that could be pushed out to hundreds of NBA players at this point. Then that rehab their value off of that minimum contracts, and they're looking to get paid.
And that's what you want people to do, though. You want them to overperform on a minimum contract.
I was gonna say the going rate for a starting center in this league, in that Jakob Pertl, Jurk Nurkic, Jared Allen, Nikola Vucevic, Miles Turner lane is $20 million.
Right.
Well, it's high because you're
I mean, it's starting center.
your arguably two best players in the league are centers, and so if you
Yeah.
could defend at that position,
Three best.
Yeah.
If you encounter, if you start, if how do you feel about Wemby?
Gosh,
Crazy. I think it's more power forward, small forward, but yeah, they're gonna need. I think that's why Edie goes that high, because
Right.
you're looking at the future of where Embiid, Wemby, these tall players, you need someone who can kind of push them around a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
they're gonna baptize Zach Edey. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I know, but he got size. He could take a hit. He could take a hit.
Zach Edey, yeah, Zach Edey is definitely in that Yao lane of I don't care about pick and roll coverage type dude, right? Because people will be like, man, they're gonna eat him up in a pick and roll. Man, so what? This dude is what the team's gonna shoot from 5 feet in, right? If you shoot, I don't care if you want to eat him up in a pick and roll and shoot mid range jumpers all day. By all means, what are you gonna shoot at the rim?
Well, it's not necessarily just the mid range jumpers. He's not gonna be out there because he's gonna be in the drop. He's not gonna be able to cover the perimeter in general, not mid range jumpers.
No.
He's gonna put a lot of pressure on your point of attack defender to fight over screens and contest 3 point and to be able to contest guys basically 30 feet. Like if you just started like 30 feet away, if you started running screens or extremely high pick and rolls, it'll put Zach Edey in a position where unless he is a very, very sound defender and um with high IQ and great intuition to where plays are happening, there's going to be a learning curve for him because he's not going to be able to like there aren't very many bigs that are good in the drop. Even Brook Lopez gets roasted in the drop. And they have Giannis as the weak side defender. If they don't have a point of attack defender, just like you saw the Bucks get destroyed, we destroyed the Bucks in their drop coverage with just Brunson alone. If at this level, it's going to be hard to be a starting center
For
if you
Zach
don't have
Edey?
no. If you
Okay.
don't have good point of attack defenders, it's going to be hard for Zach Edey to be fully functional in an NBA defense. It's a reason why like the Bucks defense fell off a cliff just by removing Drew Holiday.
Yeah, and putting in a poor defender and Damian Lillard.
Even poor or just average. Like I'd say Malik Beasley is average and it just didn't work.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, but still Damian Lillard was still on the floor is what I was getting at.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. But for as far as like covering the team's best perimeter player, that's what Malik Beasley was doing. And they had Dame on like whoever was the weakest offensive option in the corner most of the time. And even as an average defender point of attack, if you're running drop consistently, with the skill level of guards in this league going up year over year, you're gonna get roasted, especially if you're playing playoff teams with that particular coverage. Which is why it's
how
even
many pick
bad
and
that
rolls does a team run per game? You think?
I couldn't give you a number.
Maybe 8, maybe 7, 8, 9, maybe 10.
An elite player, like an elite ball handler.
Yeah. No,
Jalen Brunson
just,
runs damn
just
near
an
50 or
offense.
40 of them a night. So, like,
Right. Because I saw 2 years ago the Knicks were 7th in the before we got Brunson, the Knicks were 7th in pick and roll attempts before Brunson. We were 7th in attempts and we ran it 23 times a game.
yeah.
And we were terrible at it because we didn't have shooters in it and the points per possession in the pick and roll were terrible.
And the guys that were running the pick and roll couldn't shoot themselves.
Right. Yeah. So if I'm the Knicks though, I'm not spending my summertime dollars on that right? I'm spending my summertime dollars on elite perimeter defenders like OG Anunoby.
Yep.
Maybe seeing if I can draft some guys that could
Yep.
give some help, and also shoring up my point of attack defense, like bringing in another guy that can defend, like Deuce and Dante,
I
like
wish
bringing in a guy to add to that rotation.
I wish Deuce
And
and Dante were better at point of attack. In the playoffs, they just weren't that good. Like we were getting killed by TJ McConnell.
nah, it's no, it's okay. So, but my the point to it that I was going to make is you want to have point of attack a point of attack defender group,
Okay.
just like you want to have a primary ball handling group, right? Just like you want to have a perimeter defender group. Because what happens is if you have one, that player gets worn down during the course of the season. And then if you ask him to do one other thing, it's like that board game, Don't Tip the Waiter. You ever, Fritz, you remember that game, Don't Tip the Waiter? Are you old enough to remember that box game?
I don't remember it.
Anybody just so chat, if for everybody that's still engaged and locked in, Google the game Don't Tip the Waiter, right? It was basically a board game where it was a cardboard waiter with a platter and he was swiveling like this, and the objective was to keep adding things to his platter before he spilled everything, right?
Mhm.
And so the thing with Deuce McBride is, and Dante, I think once Dante was pegged to score 23 points a game, like after the All-Star break, Dante averaged 19 points a game. You saw his defense slip because it's just hard for guys to be 2-way players. That's why we hunt for 3-and-D players all the time, because we know it's hard to shoot the three. We know it's hard to play D. That's why we ask you not to do anything in the middle, because if you play make and you rebound, now your 3-point percentage goes down and now you're getting beat on defense. Right? That's why we ask you to be specifically, hey man, go out here and defend and shoot this three. We don't want you to bring the ball up. If you grab rebounds in your area, cool.
Give
Just
it
play
to the
hard.
point guard as soon as you get that rebound and get out the way.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying about Deuce and Dante. The reason why they were getting roasted is because in the game of Don't Tip the Waiter, we kept adding more and more things to their platter, and at some point
The
they just
levees
didn't
don't
handle
break.
all that stuff.
The levees is just gonna break at some point. Because remember, we signed Dante for $11 million, and we given him $40 million responsibilities.
Right.
Yeah, they could have got
Yeah,
more.
so that man that
Yeah.
damn near beat Kyrie
Yeah.
for us,
Yeah.
while Kyrie make $40 million.
Yeah.
He do
Look
what he
at
does. And he's underpaid, by the way.
yeah. And for S&Gs, everybody, for S&Gs, right? Look at Dante DiVincenzo's numbers in the playoffs. Right? Look at his numbers in the playoffs, right? And let me see. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up without pushing my computer over the edge. But the point that I'm getting at is, hey, Golden State won by using strength by numbers. Right? Strength by numbers, right? Yeah, y'all remember. So, does anybody remember who the Golden State Warriors' best perimeter defender was during Golden State's heyday?
Well, this most recent
Iguodala?
run,
Iguodala and
Iguodala and Clay.
Clay, right? Clay and Iguodala, right? People forget how great of a defender Clay was, right? But when Clay had to do more stuff,
It was
Clay's
slippage.
defense, yeah.
And also he got older, but it both of those things wear on you. It's like there are very seldom great two-way players, and the ones that are two-way players usually are often injured.
Often.
Kawhi, PG, for example.
Yeah. OG Anunoby.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, was
Iguodala.
Scottie Pippen injury prone at any point?
Yes.
at the
Well,
end.
not late
Yeah,
career,
but
because I
not
know he had the
not,
back in a late
not
career.
injury prone
Blazers.
like that. But he was
Yeah.
definitely dinged up a lot.
I was just wondering his earlier career stuff. But
Because think about the Scottie Pippens, the Paul Georges, Kawhi Leonards, Andre Iguodala's. Those guys play a lot of playoff games, right? So while your 24-year-old is out here still doing reverse dunks, right? These dudes are every now and again, once a month, you'll see Paul George whip out something fancy, right? Because these dudes, they're not only playing a ton of playoff games, but they're also representing their country in the summertime, right? During the All-Star break, they're at All-Star game festivities.
yeah,
While your 24-year-old 3-and-D guy is not making any of that stuff. He's not an all-star. He's not deep in the playoffs. He's not doing, and so they get to rest their legs, right?
yeah,
The reason why Josh Hart was durable, right? Think about the reason why Josh Hart was durable, because Josh Hart never played, he never had a deep playoff run, he never represented his, but you notice the 1 year that Josh Hart plays summertime basketball, gets featured, goes deep into the playoffs, he ends up with an injury.
yeah.
All before that, that man was super healthy.
Yep.
Fritz just looked at me like, dang, man, you telling me Josh Hart gonna get hurt now? Is that the look you gave me? Is that
Well, he won't get hurt if we stay healthy because he's gonna be playing 25 minutes a night
Yeah.
when
I
when
don't
healthy.
know.
He's not gonna be in a position to play 36 minutes a night unless we have a bunch of injuries, because
Okay.
his best positions are gonna be occupied by players that play 30 plus minutes every night.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Josh Hart at the four is gonna be occupied about 35 minutes a night. Randall.
Right.
Josh Hart at the three is gonna be occupied by
Right.
35 minutes a night. OG Anunoby.
Right.
That's Tibbs was when we were healthy. Tibbs was scrambling to find minutes for Josh Hart. He would have Josh Hart close out games over
And
Dante.
Deuce. Yeah, he was trying to find minutes for Deuce too.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where Tibbs is going to scramble to find ways to get Josh Hart 25 minutes a night, because in actuality, he's going to probably be scraping around 20 every single night until, depending on the matchup, he might be a closer. He might get the extra 5-6 minutes closing out a game.
You remember in early December when Tibbs was flirting with the idea of Josh Hart at point guard? Remember that?
Oh my God.
Fritz, you remember that in early December when Tibbs was letting Josh Hart run the point when him and Dante were together on the floor?
Okay.
Then
This
Tibbs
is
saw
this is the
Josh Hart.
questionable period we were in. This is
Yeah,
the questionable.
it is right. It's right after Mitch's injury.
Okay.
This and then Tibbs was when letting Josh Hart do left-handed passes out of bounds.
And they talked about it on the podcast. They were like, "Where are you throwing that pass, bro?" Did you see the podcast when they was talking about that pass?
No, I didn't see that one, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they were. He was probably roasting him for that. Because like Josh Hart is like Bam Bam. He doesn't know how powerful he is, so he just starts flinging the ball around like it's a featherweight.
The Knicks announcer announces Josh Hart as from 6'6" from Villanova.
Do they say his position?
Um I don't know if they say his. I think they say 6'6" from Villanova. Josh
Six
Hart.
six shooting guard.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
ain't 6'6".
No, no.
We're lucky if he's 6'4".
Yeah.
This is why we got to double down on getting a wing badly, because the Villanova guys are going nowhere. So
No.
you need to get cheap wings up on your roster. You need to find a way to get a Payne Watson in here.
So Fritz, with that said, who do you have a specific candidate that you've identified as, say, a must-have or a must-have archetype for that position?
For you mean at the draft?
No, in free agency.
free agency. Yeah, I really don't think we're gonna sign anybody. I really don't. I don't think we're gonna use our mid level. I don't think we're gonna use it. I think we might sign and trade Burks.
I don't think we can use the mid level because we used it last year on Dante, right?
No, we still have one. There's like a lower level. There's like a two. There's like
The biannual exception.
There's like a yeah.
I think we used the mid level on Dante last year, and then we used the remaining of it on Taj Gibson or somebody. I think we used the rest of it on Taj. Now, I know there's a biannual exception.
Yeah, that's not the 13. I think it's like a lower amount.
Okay.
5.5 or something.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we might use Burks. Maybe Burks in a pick, try to get something.
Burks is a free agent.
Burks is a free agent, unrestricted.
Yeah. But you could do a sign and trade, like a sign and trade.
Or bogey and something maybe.
I would say we could do a sign and trade, but I think it's unlikely because he switched agencies to
and he's a role player. You don't do sign and trade with role. It's not even worth the paperwork. It's not even worth the effort.
Yeah, I don't think
why would I do a sign and trade? I could just sign you outright.
Yeah. I mean, but if they have a way of getting him more money, but I don't think there's gonna be like a big signing. Like,
I don't think so either.
Yeah, maybe like a backup point guard. Like, if we're gonna spend any money, backup point guard.
Ooh, so what does that mean for Deuce?
I expect some changes. Deuce is around.
Hey, you rocking the boat, bro?
I'm rocking the boat.
When we were healthy, Deuce didn't even play. So,
I mean, like, in the way I think, it's not who I want to keep, who I think is going to be around.
Okay.
I like Deuce, and it's not. I'm not saying Deuce is gone because I don't like Deuce. I think Deuce is gone because we want something.
Okay.
And somebody's gonna be the first thing out their mouth is, "Okay, I want something back."
Right. Right. Okay.
I think.
And Deuce can't. And I don't think they, unless Deuce's handles got a lot better, he's not going to play backup point guard.
I think Deuce has a role on the team solely because he doesn't really make that much money, and you could just toss him in situation. It's kind of like he's in that same situation that Alvarado is in.
Okay,
that's where he doesn't really make much money at all. So even when you get down on your chips in terms of health, you can still use him because he's cheap. He's very cheap productivity.
Okay.
And you can't find, like, even if you were to try to give out a vet minimum contract to a veteran point guard, it would probably cost more than Deuce.
Yeah.
We're talking like a vet minimum for like Chris Paul would be more than Deuce's contract.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 But the thing about the vet minimums though, and I think we discussed this last summer.
You can go over when you're well over the cap. You can get
once you're over a certain age, it doesn't count the same. Yeah.
No. What I was going to point to is the vet minimum contracts are not paid by the team, but they do count towards the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the NFLPA, and Dre and I talked about this last summer. The NFLPA pays all the vet minimum contracts in order to keep veterans in the league. So it counts against the cap, but it's not like it's hurting the Knicks any type of way. So whatever number it is that's paid, it'll go against the cap or whatever, just to make sure that a team doesn't build a super team with 10 vet minimums. But at the same time, if we're just talking about dollar for dollar and cash, it's one of those things where if you bring in Chris Paul on the vet min, it don't hurt us long term. Because usually those vet mins are just for that season anyway.
Yeah, 1 year.
Right?
Yeah, 1 year here, out of it, in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I really think I think Chris Paul, I think he'll probably end up in Phoenix. But
I think it's gonna be between the Clippers or Phoenix.
I think he'll be end up on Phoenix.
Well, they need a point guard,
Yeah.
but he's washed though. So, but they traded him. Why would he go back? I don't know. Well, it's new ownership, so it's a little different.
Is
He's
Chris Paul really
definitely
that
ring
washed
chasing.
though? Is he Kyle Lowry washed?
I mean, there's something that Kyle Lowry can bring to your team, even while washed. Like he was still a
Is
nuisance for us.
is he Victor Oladipo washed?
Is Victor Oladipo even in the NBA right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to
I, th-
get.
I think I think I think he can give you a solid 15 to 20 minutes. Anything over that, you get a diminished returns.
Right, right, right,
But I think he could help a team like the Phoenix Suns because they ain't got no type of ball handler on that team. Or not ball handlers. They have ball handlers on their team, but terrible decision makers. That's why they're like the worst fourth quarter team by net rating by a wide margin, even though offensively they're potent the first three quarters. They don't know how to manage basketball games coming down the end of game, coming down the stretch.
right.
Because they don't really none of those guys know how to control pace. None of those guys know how to make the right decisions consistently over and over. They can dominate within the flow of a normally paced game the first three quarters, but when they get down to the nitty gritty, last 5 minutes of clutch time, their execution is terrible.
Right, right, right.
And Chris Paul can help, but like if they sign Chris Paul to a vet minimum, all they would have to do is play him the last 5 minutes of games. That's about it. That's what they need him for.
What I would say with the Chris Paul thing is I would play him at the end of quarters, like you know how the
When you go to your
Jalen
bench with the
the
end of quarters, you probably need someone to organize the lesser talented players, and he could do that.
right, right.
He was decent for the Warriors the first half of the season, and then he got hurt.
The ball don't lie. Thank you for the generous contribution. The ball don't lie says don't always catch the live, but Freezy, thanks for all
Testing.
the content. How can I how can I be the man when you the man? Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. We trying, man. We out here trying to do a little something.
Testing.
That summertime content, man. So appreciate that. Yeah.
Mhm.
So do you have a guy in mind specifically? Is it just a Chris Paul type? Or no?
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you.
You're pretty low, but I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
Jay, you got a guy in mind?
I mentioned it earlier in a group chat, and you were like, "Hell no."
Who was it?
Hold on, let me scroll up. I legitimately forgot it. Let me scroll up.
Yeah. A memorable guy. Okay. Yeah, he was that memorable. Okay, I got you.
He
Big
was
dog.
not that memorable, but it was a bunch of like wings or
Ethan
veteran
Knox.
wings. But I'm trying to remember if I sent it to you on this group chat or hold on. Am I tripping? I must be tripping. What's his name? Like I was like, would you sign Prince for like a vet minimum?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Torian Prince.
Like just a professional wing 3 and D player. He doesn't have to do too much. Play like 15 minutes, spell guys, and then he can be depth if we have an injury or two along
Yeah.
the way. I wouldn't mind a guy like Torian Prince. Who else is out there?
Karis LeVert.
Karis LeVert's gonna make two. I think he's still under contract. Is he a free agent?
Did he resign last year?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm gonna look right now though. He signed a 2 year, $32 million extension last year.
Oh,
So
we ain't paying that cat no.
Nah, he's making 16 mil next season,
Nah, we
and
nah.
he's 30. Damn, he got old quick. I remember when he was.
Him and Trey Burke.
I remember. I remember they were just pups at Michigan.
Yeah, remember he broke his leg. Remember that?
Yep, yep. I was gonna
Yeah, man.
say, hold on.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the guy that I'd like to.
Oh, I said one name. Like I said, O'Shea Brissett for like $3 million.
Talking about
Like as a,
Doughboy. Energy. No, that's the one that I say. Oh hell no.
he's an ener well he's
Energy
an
wing, bro.
energy wing. I mean, yeah, he's had his moments in the playoffs for the
I
Celtics.
could get Javante Green for half that.
I like Javante Green.
Fridge, you remember Javante Green from Chicago?
That man was giving us hell
Yeah,
because Josh Hart wasn't out there to actually stop him.
yeah.
Uh, but
And
yeah,
honestly,
Torian Prince. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a Torian Prince for the bench, like be the 10th guy or 11th guy.
I would rather Ryan Dunn be that. To be honest with you,
I, I like
I would
Ryan Dunn,
Ryan.
Freezy. I like Ryan Dunn, but knowing our coach, I don't know if he would play off the rip.
I think he would absolutely play. Ryan Dunn, as soon as he steps in the NBA, bro, he's a better defender than Lou Dort right now, bro. Some dudes come to the table with one NBA skill that's going to keep them in the league for 15 years, and Ryan Dunn has that. Like how PJ Tucker's one skill was being stronger than any other human that ever lived. That kept PJ Tucker in the bro. PJ Tucker
Well,
is
being
bro.
friends with James Harden kept him in the league a lot longer than he
In
should
his
have
shoe game. In his shoe game.
been. Yeah, yeah. Him and Pat Beverly hustle. Even
Yeah.
though, yeah, yeah.
Now and now Ryan Dunn once he steps in the league, bro. And I'm not overhyping prospects, right? Like legit, I'm just not gonna pick one guy out the class and just sing his name all night. But I have identified one that fits, right? And Ryan Dunn is that guy. If he messes around and goes to one of our rivals like Philly, if he goes to Philly and gets in their wing rotation that they rotate in on Jalen Brunson, we are going to regret that for the next 10 years.
Well, if he's a
Who is this
rookie,
Ryan Dunn kid out of the blue?
well, if he's a rookie, Brunson is probably gonna cook him that first year, but he's gonna learn. And then the second
Mm,
year,
I don't know, bro. This kid, I don't
I mean,
know.
if they don't allow
King,
rookies to foul like they allow veterans to foul.
Cook, I think is a overstatement because I don't know if
I'll say
Brunson will
this:
cook
maybe
Lou Dort.
not Cook, but Brunson will be able
He'll
to
definitely get
basically
his though.
get to his spots
Yeah,
and do what he needs to do.
yeah. All top 10 players are going to get theirs right against regardless, of who it is. But when you're talking about a guy entering the league with an elite skill, like they were born to do it, no guy on the planet is just going to stop them from being that thing that they were born to do. Is I guess the thing that I'm comparing. For instance, if we consider what Victor Wembanyama's one skill is, like what's the skill that got him to the league, right? Like what one skill got Victor Wembanyama to the league? Y'all think?
It it's an
I
amalgamation of
can't hear you, bro.
things. It's an amalgamation of things. It's the ability and the fluidity of him to be able to do everything. He
And his
doesn't do
fluidity and in athleticism,
yeah,
right?
but it's not like if Victor Wembanyama
If
was
he was
shrunk
6'9",
down.
would he still be the man?
If yeah, I'm saying if Victor Wembanyama was shrunk down to 6'3", he probably has enough skill to be in the league, right?
Right, right.
But he
And that's
probably just
why
be a
you
role player.
right,
But the fact that he can do things that 6'3" players can do at 7'3"
right, right,
makes him extremely abnormal. And then the kicker is he shoots damn near 50% on step back threes, and he's 7'4",
right.
which Does
Yeah,
he?
he just got to work on he just got to work on some stuff.
He just got to work on.
Strength.
Yes, he doesn't even have to put on weight. He can be wiry, strong, like KD, for
Right.
example, where
Right.
KD gets to his spots and doesn't really get pushed or moved anywhere.
Right.
Even though he looks skinny, he's actually very strong. He just might need to get his base stronger. That's about it.
That's about but yeah, that thing that you mentioned has got him in the pros, and it's gonna make him elite for his entire career.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying about Ryan Dunn. Like, if the other stuff don't come along, if the other, say for instance, the offense, say he's a 10-point per game starter, right? He's a 10-point per game guy, but he's all NBA defense 6 out of 13 years, right? Say maybe 1 year he
That
finishes
that
in the top
describes
5 in all NBA defense.
the guy that had made 150 million in his career or more.
Right. Right. That's what I'm saying. So Ryan Dunn at 6'7", and he's like, you know what he reminds me of right now? Right now, his defense is better than Asar Thompson right now.
Mm.
Right now, his defense is better than Asar Thompson, bro.
Oh.
Because think about this, with Asar Thompson, you heard he had the potential to be a good defender. Right now, that's Ryan Dunn's calling card, bro.
Yeah.
Ryan Dunn's gonna be the and we're just, and I'm not just
freely.
hyping.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Ryan Dunn might actually go up in the draft.
he may. Are you willing to go up to get him though? There was the point guard out of Providence is an intriguing candidate.
Chris Dunn?
No, not
I
Chris.
thought you were talking about free agency.
No. I said the point guard out of Providence, bro.
You know, it's funny.
I know Chris Dunn played point guard at I'm talking about
I know. I'm saying, you know, it's funny. Tibbs actually likes Chris Dunn. It wouldn't shock me if we threw him off that minimum to just be off our bench.
Right. So that we can have
Devin Carter. I think
Devin Carter, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If there is a world where Tibbs can get Devin Carter and Ryan Dunn, I think you could see both of them playing. Not major relax, Knicks fans. I'm not saying that these dudes are playing. I'm talking about they'd be in that fringe situational space.
Spot.
Right. And that, the Knicks are playing a back-to-back, maybe
and the second quarter.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't
somebody
be
gets into foul trouble real quick.
Right.
Out the blue, they get spot minutes to 2-3 minutes to hold down the end of the quarter.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tibbs go get them guys and play them and bring them along. Now, you're not going to see them for the first for the first 20 games, because that's just Tibbs' thing. Right? Tibbs like, hey, we're not playing young guys first 20 games no season.
You gotta be able to impress him immediately.
Yeah.
You gotta do something.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if, with so many guys coming back, rehabbing this summer from injury, with Randall coming back in October, with OG coming back whenever he comes back from his hamstring thing, with Josh Hart coming back whenever he comes back from his torn abductor muscle, whenever Brunson comes back from his fractured hand, whenever Bogey comes back from his 2 surgeries, whenever Mitch comes back from his ankle surgery. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of those guys being on minutes restrictions early on in the season, and maybe some of those guys getting a minute or 2 here or there, not to be featured, but just to hold it down until everybody gets healthy. And then you may not see them no more, or maybe you do.
As long, if they do good in summer league,
I think summer league is going to be the key. Yeah, I think summer league is definitely gonna be the key to a few things. I don't know though. I don't know how our summer team. Maybe that's a good point. Maybe we should talk about the summer league team. Are you bringing the summer league team back? Are you bringing the Westchester Knicks back? Basically, are you bringing Charlie Brown back? You bringing Daquan Jeffries back? You
Hell no.
bringing
Well,
Jacob Toppin back?
no.
You
I
bringing
think
Dwayne
Jake. I think
Washington
Jacob would
back?
probably be back.
Jacob Toppin is probably going to come back because Leon Rose loves doing the Toppin family favors for some reason.
Right, right.
But the other guys, Daquan Jeffries and like Diakite and these other guys, they're probably gone. Like at least two of them are going to rookie spots, and then another one might be an actual veteran.
Mhm.
I think Dre. I think we're going to draft three rookies, but I think the third rookie would be on a two-way deal,
Yeah.
a Westchester type contract on a development type deal.
We'll have two ways, and one of them will be Jacob Toppin.
Yeah. I'm hoping like someone like
Every time Dre say that, I just want to fucking. I just wanna, I just wanna- every time Dre say stuff like that, bro, I legit want to put my face through somebody's car windshield, bro. It don't matter. It don't matter if you parked or moving. I just want to. You can either park your car or you could be driving. I just want to put my face through it, just
Good
because of
morning.
Jacob Toppin on a two-way contract, bro.
Yeah.
Cowboy Bob, just crank up your car, bro, and I'll put my face through your windshield, bro. If we legit bring back Charlie Brown, Daquan Jeffries, Dwayne Washington Jr., and Jacob Toppin, bro.
I'm sorry, I'm about to throw Sims in there. And good morning to everybody.
Sims?
Yeah, he got value. If you really think
Value to
about it,
who?
if he ain't got it by now, if he ain't got it by now,
but I'm
What's his
saying
value? I can
I'm
count on
saying
one
he got
hand.
trade value because to be honest, he's young. He can go to another team and be
He's
used
the same
correctly.
age as Mitch,
And
but
Hartenstein.
like he's not
Yeah.
young.
I was trying, Dre. I'm just saying I don't think we have a spot for Sims in this at this point, and I think that we do need to go a little bit younger.
I'm gonna keep it real, true Cowboy Bob. I can count on one hand the amount of positive plays Sims had this last season.
But do you okay? You're
Like
saying
actual
positive
objectively
plays.
good basketball plays, I can count on one hand.
Okay, we all know how Tibbs is. If you are a good basketball player and he needs you, he would have put you in. And you didn't think that, given with all the injuries, he could have used Sims. I'm not
He put
saying that.
Sims in because of bare necessity, not because he wanted to, because he
So,
had
Bare
injury.
necessities.
but if it's your
We
use,
had
okay, you may have this player that you use for bare necessities. Trade him. You could use this
Bare
spot for a better value.
necessities.
You can get a younger player that you can
if it.
develop.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. If it wasn't an NBA rule to have 5 players on the court, Tibbs might have just ran 4 without Sims on the court.
At this point, I'm actually not even mad that he did or didn't. I'm just saying, like, if you're having a struggle issue as a coach and you can't play a player when you're so severe with injuries and he can be effective, that's a problem for this team. That's why I said he has value somewhere else.
I'm gonna keep. If he gets cut, he gonna be
That's
on a
dumb.
2-way contract on another. He's not gonna get a full NBA contract for the rest of his life.
And he'll be in Charlotte.
All I'm
He
saying
he gonna
is
be in
if we,
Charlotte on a 2-way.
Yeah, yeah,
mm-hmm,
yeah. I guess the point that I'm getting at is Cowboy Bob. I was asking around like what the major move is this summer. Like
mm-hmm. Where Dre go?
last summer the major move was Dante DiVincenzo,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
That was the major move last summer. Now this summer, do you make a similar Dante DiVincenzo type move? Right? Do you bring a similar Dante DiVincenzo type move, and who would it be?
I don't think you can because Dante was actually a sleeper. Like that was a real sleeper because not only did he come off the bench and actually went out the starting position, he actually shot over 283. I mean 283s.
Yeah,
So,
he took a 811.
I
but
don't
that's
know.
what
I
I'm saying. Like yeah, he made those, and yeah, he took a lot of threes. But that's what I'm saying. Like there's in surge of him taking that many shots and being effective at it. That's what I'm saying. That's the surprise. The fact that he was given a challenge, he superseded everyone's expectations. That's a rarity. And for us to look for another one, that's going to be difficult because now we're put on notice. The fact that we have a Dante, even you could even say Josh Hart. Most people will say, "Oh, more about Josh Hart than Dante because of what happened last season." I mean, when we traded for him. But then you look at it this season, everyone's like, "Oh, Josh Hart, we need another Josh Hart. He's like a Bruce Brown or he's this guy." We're already put on notice because of Hart, so I don't think we're going to get lucky with another one.
Okay.
I don't think we need another Josh Hart because I don't think we need another 6'4" guard.
Dre,
It's
you are
just
so
too
right.
redundant.
You're
We're
right.
we're
No,
too
you're right.
small.
No, you're right. I'm agreeing with you. I'm being real with you. Like
I think
after
the
this
move
season,
is not that guy though. I think the
yeah,
move is to be at center. I think they're
yes,
going to find another center in that Dante wave, that Dante mode, like maybe a guy that's maybe a fifth. I mean, well, maybe a guy that's starter slash backup type guy. Here's a name I'm going to throw out there, and I know y'all are going to laugh, but I'm going to laugh with you. Larry Nance Jr. is a name that I think can fly under the radar. He'll
He's not
be
a bad player. He's a
I
very
I
solid
I
role
put a
player.
yeah, I was putting some like trade things together, and I had a Larry Nance Jr. trade, but it was really to
that's
get somebody else.
who you
yeah.
getting.
I think Larry Nance Jr. fits that bill of a guy that you can fit into one of your over the cap exceptions, whether it's biannual or mid level, whichever one is available. You can fit him in. He's a team player. He's played with all time greats. He's played on lottery teams. He's a guy that can fit in, can morph. And he's a guy that played with Randall and Josh Hart already,
Mhm.
right? And so you know what type of attitude he has. You know, he's a low key, humble, extremely athletic four that can play some fives in certain lineups.
That's an upgrade to Sims. That right there is what I'm talking about. That I'm not saying trade Sims now. I'm saying if you can get someone that can upgrade like a Larry Nance, like you just said, that's much better. I agree with that. That I could see. And it's
Okay.
not just that; it's also because Lance can come off the bench. He can help you if one of your whoever you have at center is on the bench, like because they're injured.
And he's a hustle player that guards, right? So he guards threes, fours, and fives, mostly fours, some fives. You don't want him guarding Giannis's. You don't want him guarding any tall, big guys. You don't want him guarding those guys, right?
No.
But you could see him guarding the Randall types. If they're like, you could see Nance guarding the Paolo Banqueros that are like 6'10,
Oof.
two
Yeah.
fifty. But any of the guys that are like 6'11, 7 foot, 7'1", you don't want him guarding them because he's listed at 6'9", but I think we all know he's like 6'7".
So matter of fact, that's a perfect upgrade. Matter of fact, that's like doing an RJ trade for OG. To me, if the way you just put it, it's like upgrading what Sims would have been had he played to the production, and we would be getting another RJ. That would be a perfect trade. It'll be like trading RJ for OG
I
to
think he's
me.
a free agent though, right?
Next
I'm
year.
not sure.
Next
I'm
year,
not sure what his
So he's
contract
restricted
is.
right now.
I thought he was.
Oh no, I think he has a year. Or let me
Yeah,
check.
this year I think he's restricted.
Let me check
Larry
what he said.
Nance,
Yeah,
if you're that old in you're you're when you're a free agent, you're an unrestricted free agent.
Oh
Period.
Unrestricted,
no,
yeah.
he has this year. He has one more year.
Oh,
yeah.
so he's got 24, 25 left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I
Okay.
would throw Sims in like to be honest, just because
Who's
of
who's
where.
who's he with though? With New Orleans, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pelicans.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I throw a draft pick and throw maybe Sims in there or something. Because
I'm not giving up a draft pick for Larry Nance.
Nah,
Sorry.
Nobody
not
is.
this year, not this
nah.
year.
'Cause I can get Eves Misi to do what he does right now.
Mishi.
Eves Misi.
Oh,
Yeah. The
easy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can get Eves Misi to do what he does right now, and Eves Misi, while he's not the well, I don't know if he's a high character guy. Let me restate that because I don't want to sully somebody's name. I don't know if he's a high character guy like Larry Nance,
Mm-hmm.
right? But what I do know is he has a level of meanness to him that I think we would have to check on occasion. Like
It's
he'll be the dude. You'd be like, hey, bro, relax.
he's Mitch in the time machine.
Oh,
Yeah, well, basically.
Yeah, it's
a
Mitch in the
Mitch
time
that could
machine.
do 4 and 5. That would be
Eves Misi.
Yeah,
no, no,
Eves Misi's not going to guard four. He can't
no,
guard
no.
fours.
I was talking about Lance when you was talking about how Lance could do some fours. He could play how he could be versatile. I was like, I would like that.
He's a superior athlete. Remember, this
Yeah.
is Larry Nance's son we talking about, bro.
yeah.
Hmm.
Mhm.
This is Larry Nance's son we talking. We're not just talking about like some dude off the street. This dude was Larry
Right.
Nance was like one of the most athletic dudes in the NBA when he played, and his son is also, though he didn't have the career that his pops had.
But I think
So
that the timing with Tibbs, if he works with Tibbs now, he can get maybe a good year or two out of him.
and
So
how old is he? Is he around Randall's age? Like 28,
nah, I thought he was like
29?
30.
Josh Hart's age? He should be around Randall's and Josh Hart's age, right?
I thought he was
He
30.
31.
Yeah, I thought he was around 30.
31? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get him for a year or two with
Yeah.
what we're doing, and it gives us time to find an adequate player to replace in that time. So we could have a good, decent backup center while our main center is whoever it is, Hardenstein, we resign, or Mitch stays there. You know, when Mitch is coming back, you have Lance run for a bit with the veteran knowledge. I'd rather have him, as a matter of fact, than Zach Collins. And I've been saying Zach Collins is a backup for a while, but what I've also noticed is Zach Collins can't guard Embiid. So there's certain flaws that Zach Collins is gonna really look bad during games. So if Lance can just,
I think Zach Collins might be the move, bro.
I'm just saying, like when I saw him against Embiid's 50, it was just like,
Who has more raw talent? Like raw talent, Hartenstein or Zach Collins?
Zach Collins
Collins.
does.
Zach
Collins
Mhm.
offensively, he can
He's a
score.
floor. He could pass, and he could also create a lot of spacing on the floor. Like that's what he's good for. But that's like the veteran in him. Like pass, give and go, dribble handoffs. Like he'll be good with the offense of like Brunson, but when it comes to playing defense against like an Embiid, every time I see him play against Embiid, or every time I see him play against a dominant big, he gets eaten. And we're in the Eastern Conference, and if we plan on winning, we have to go through at least Embiid, Giannis, some of those
But
guys.
it's one of those things where if the Spurs let him go, Tibbs is cool with very close with Pops with Pop. If the Spurs let him go, Tibbs will probably be like, if Pop lets him go, he probably isn't someone I want.
Yeah.
Be absolutely real with you. And one of the things is like, hard work beats talent if talent doesn't work hard, and
Hmm.
he's like often aloof, even though he has a dog mentality at times, because he's not soft.
No, he's passive aggressive for real, bro.
Yeah,
Hmm.
That's Zach Collins for real, bro.
but
Right.
it's one of those things where if Popovich lets him go, Tibbs will look at that and be like, if Pop
Nah,
don't want him, why would I want him?
exactly. But
Because
this is
they're
why. That's
close.
why I said
They're very close.
no. But that's why I said I think I would prefer Lance over Zach
I
Collins.
don't know, bro,
But
because Fritz, you remember when the Knicks paid Luka Shamanich more money than they were paying Julius Randle. Mitchell Robinson.
Different
Remember when
regime.
we signed Luka Shamanich, and people were like, "Yo, he's coming to replace Randle.
Mm.
They paying him more than they signed." They signed? Both of this was like in the 2021 season. They signed
Oh yeah,
Shamanich.
we had the four power forwards.
Yeah, they signed Shamanich and sent him to the G League, and he was killing. And then they signed that guard from overseas that came here in the summer league and got roasted by Rokas Jokibitis. You remember that guy? He signed at the trade deadline.
Lucaville. Oh,
Mm.
that's I thought you were
Luka,
talking about. I thought you were talking about Luca Vildoza for a second.
I think is that his name?
Nah. We had two Lucas in this organization at some point.
At the same time, those are the two I'm talking about.
Yeah. You talking about
Vildoza. That's not right.
Those it sounds good. Yeah, it does.
Vildoza
Yeah.
was the guy that played summer league, got hurt, and then we cut him.
And then we gave him a 3-year deal, 3 years, 25, 3 years, was it 3 years, 25 million?
None of it guaranteed.
None of it guaranteed. Right.
We gave him that funny money.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think Zach Collins could be that guy, but it depends on what his salary demands are and what he
And
wants
his
his
health.
role to be.
Yeah.
I also noticed that he signed his extension late last season, so I think the earliest we could get him is like around the mid season mark. Because last year I was talking about it, and someone brought it up that he signed his extension late, which means I think early next season we could get him is like around the trade deadline.
Yeah,
That's the only reason why I stopped with
he's getting
Collins.
paid.
Yeah, it's like
Who
what is it, 12
is
now?
that
I think.
Collins signed an extension? Y'all said
Yeah, it was like he signed it late last season to where it pushed it back.
16.7 for Zach Collins.
Oh, it went to 16. I thought it was 14.
Zach
Okay.
Collins is making 16 per year.
This year, next year makes 18.
Oh wait, he can
hmm
keep that money.
And that's pretty much what you pay Hartenstein. Is so that's another reason why I keep bringing it up. If we're gonna pay Hartenstein
They're
17 to
paying
18,
they're paying him on his base potential because he was a first rounder. And
yeah,
as
but
Freezy said that he has way more potential. And also they're a team that's at the bottom of the league in salaries. They gotta pay somebody.
They got to pay somebody, bro.
yeah. But I'm just
Like
saying,
that's
as
why
far as
Keldon Johnson got a contract. Like he's
yeah,
Keldon Johnson making damn near 20.
Keldon Johnson making damn near 20, and we think Hartenstein's gonna be satisfied with 15 and a half
hmm
on a descending contract. Man, Hartenstein about to get
if Zach Collins is getting 18, is getting 16, he getting that bag, man.
Hartenstein's about to be playing Ron Browse everywhere he go, bro.
The
22
going
mil a
rate
year.
the going rate for a starting NBA center is around $20 million for a decent one.
He's gonna get 22. And
He-
imagine if he goes to Charlotte, like if he doesn't stay with us and he goes to like a team like Charlotte with Ball and Miller, to where
No,
he
no,
can't be
no, no,
exposed.
no, no, no. They got Mark Williams. They're not doing that.
and Nick
I'm not
Richards.
saying it like that. I'm saying like if he goes to a team
Oh,
that
like
okay,
the
like let's say if he
okay,
goes to
like
Atlanta. If he goes to Atlanta.
Atlanta is paying Clint Capella like $22 million
Too
dollars,
much money.
Yeah,
and
Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta
they're
ain't
gonna
got it.
trade him. They're gonna trade him.
Yeah,
Man.
I don't think anybody's gonna take that contract, bro.
yeah.
I think
I
they're
mean,
gonna
Only
isn't it? It should be expiring. So
right. I don't think it's
yeah.
the returns even with you know.
So you saying we stuck with Hartenstein?
No,
Unless
I'm
OKC
saying
comes here and
Hartenstein.
OKC is a threat. So
hmm
OKC is a threat. New Orleans is a threat.
mhm.
Right? Don't sleep on the guys. The Memphis is a threat. Just because teams are letting a center walk, don't mean they're not in a market for a center. They just have centers that don't fit what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Like for instance, Hartenstein in Memphis to allow Jaren Jackson
Right.
to play the Rasheed Wallace role will be the perfect fit for a team that stretches the floor with smooth scorers and an explosive point guard. With everybody, think about everybody on the floor is a threat to shoot it. You can't double Ja because Hartenstein throw not he's not Bill Lambier from three, right? He's not. Yeah, I remember Brad Miller. He's not
Mhm.
Brad Miller from three, right? But the threat is there, right? And you have Jaren Jackson and Desmond Bain and a bunch of other guys, bro. Yeah. And New Orleans, he'll be the perfect fit because you can run point Zion up top with Isaiah Hartenstein setting screens for guys, and now your guards and those guys get free run at the rim. Now all those athletic wing players that they have don't have a 4 or a 5 clogging up the paint. Now you're getting Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, Najee Marshall, all them guys at the rim, bro. Hartenstein is a good player. He's a fit for certain teams. I think Tibbs may have handcuffed him some in what he does here, but other teams already know what Hartenstein can do, bro.
Mhm.
And for that reason, I think they're going to take all the money out of Dre's paycheck and pay Hartenstein. Hartenstein's easily going to make 22 million a year, easy.
Yep. That's what I was saying. Everybody's saying 17, 18. Nah, I see 22.
well, Freezy, if they saw Hartenstein put up 0 points in the last two playoff games, they're gonna be like, "Why would I want this guy?"
They
But you
know
got to remember though,
they know
they're not.
oh, go ahead, come up. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say they're not fans. They look at the whole season like we do, and even though we point out their mistakes, they hold it into account. Think about it. He played well for a season when we had literally one and a
Oh no,
half,
you don't gotta tell me
half of
that.
a
I know,
center.
I know, I know, I know.
And
I'm just saying.
but OKC coach, their coach knows that their point guard is not going to dribble.
SGA
OKC
is
will
at
move
the
the
top of the
basketball.
league in dribbles as well, just not Brunson is in a different stratosphere. Like
Yeah.
SGA also dribbles a ton of.
No, I know. I pulled up the number last night. We looked at the number last night. Jalen Brunson is in a tier by himself.
Yeah, by himself,
Yeah,
absolutely. And
yeah.
he's in that
In time of
prime
possession,
hardened tier.
and the number I looked at, Fritz, the number I looked at last night. If you see the difference between time of possession between SGA and Jalen Brunson, you're like, how does this dude have the ball this much? Less, significantly less, but score significantly more. Like it's almost like
Well,
it,
well, here's the thing. What's the player you're talking about again?
SGA and Jalen Brunson.
SGA is 6'5" and can pull up on basically 99% of whoever plays against him, and Brunson is not 6'5", 6'6". So Brunson has to remember Brunson's margin for error
Dribble,
is
dribble, 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 dribble,
Brunson's margin for error is a lot smaller.
dribble, dribble,
And
dribble.
And then when
Brunson
he's
wants to
not
go into
playing,
paint too.
and then when he's not
Yeah.
playing with another playmaker, that completely takes away his catch and shoot game, which he's very good at. So when you're removing that, that's just much more dribbles for him to get the same production or more production.
Or OKC just has a better offense. I could just say it like OKC.
OKC has a better roster construction around a superstar than we
Yeah,
do.
OKC got a better offense. Yeah.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
They have a
I was
better
gonna say
offense
that.
and better roster construction around a superstar. They have
I ain't,
they have their center
I'm not going
who
to go that
shoots
far with it.
40% from three.
I don't think they have a
Basically,
better
everyone
roster.
on that team shoots except for Giddy. And then when they got to the playoffs, they
You
immediately
legit,
just
you
took
think
Giddy's minutes
OKC
away.
has a better roster than the Knicks?
No. I'm saying their
They have
roster
better
is more.
guard.
No. Their roster is more conducive to a ball dominant player having more opportunities to thrive in one-on-ones. They play
taller.
5-out basketball.
That's what I was
They
saying.
play 5-out like if Brunson played 5-out like if Brunson had OKC spacing, he would be more efficient. He probably
I
would
was
take
gonna.
less dribbles too.
I was gonna say what I was gonna agree with. I'm sorry, sir. What's your name again, Fritz? Mr.
Yeah.
Fritz. I was gonna agree with him because he said it too. The fact that he gets into the paint, the trap comes immediately to where he can't just shoot over people like Shea. So he has to take an extra step or two and dribble a little bit more. And a lot of times when he has been getting into the paint later into the season, they've been stopping him. So he has to make extra moves or extra movements to continue to hold the ball and then try to take the shot. So I don't think that SGA has a better chance. It's just the bad shot selection that Brunson was doing because he was forced to do
You
it.
know the trap, but the trap was invented for dudes that like to dribble.
Exactly.
I was
That's
gonna say Freezy. The thing is like the last time Brunson played in a 5-out offense, he put up 40 on the Utah Jazz. That's the last time he played it. We were running lineups with Precious Achua, Josh Hart, and Isaiah Hartenstein.
But
And
but
you
Dre,
wondering why this man
Dre,
dribbling 17 times to get a shot off
When I
because
said the Oklahoma City Thunder have a better offense, you said no, it's better roster construction.
I mean both of it is both it goes hand
Better
in hand.
offense.
It
Yeah,
goes
they
hand in
have a
hand.
better offense, bro.
Well, when you have better roster construction, you have better offense.
not true.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think
It
the Knicks
depends on how
roster,
you work because
the
if
Knicks
you look at
roster is definitely better. In my opinion, if all rosters are healthy, if everybody is healthy on all rosters, I think the Knicks
I
have a
put it
better.
this way, Freezy. The Celtics play identical to last year, but the upgrade in Kristaps Porzingis makes it a better offense because it's better roster construction. They don't play any different
Wait.
than last year.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me the Celtics had a bad roster last year, and
No.
they added
They had a
Porzingis.
good one and they got better.
So the Celtics had the best roster last year, and then they added Porzingis.
I don't think they had
to
the
it.
best roster. They had a very good roster. But this roster with Drew Holiday and
Whose
Kristaps is
whose roster
way
is better?
better than
So
last
whose
year.
roster is better than them?
This year, well, hold on. Wait, what are you? What's that? What's the question? Last year's rosters? Who had better last year? Who had a better roster last year?
I'm confused to why we're saying Hartenstein won't fit in OKC. This is where
Oh
I am.
Hartenstein is going to fit because he's going to be the only non-shooter. We were running lineups with multiple non-shooters
Well,
routinely.
I'm talking about the OKC Thunder and why Hartenstein is a fit there is what I was saying. Like, we don't think Hartenstein is a non-shooter. We just thought that he just didn't shoot with us.
Well, he's directed to be a non-shooter over here, probably.
Right. That's why I'm saying I think there's going to be a bidding war for Hartenstein that the Knicks are not going to engage in.
Is that a Tibbs thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
It's a
then
le-
give me
it's
him.
a it's a it's a it's a front office capology thing too.
Can't. Yeah, we just don't have the money.
Yeah, I think they're going to use the same tools they used to find Hartenstein to find somebody else. I don't think finding Hartenstein was luck of the draw. I think they know what they're doing.
Mhm.
I think they probably have 3 or 4 candidates, probably maybe 4 or 5 candidates now identified. Will some will be better at stuff than Hartenstein, and some will be worse, right? Like maybe they'll bring in a guy that has better touch around the rim and is not the offensive rebounder, but they'll find value in that slot. Is what I'm getting at. It may be Dayron Sharp, bro. We don't know.
Oh, oh.
Right. We don't know. It may be Christian Coloco. I mean, we don't know.
I feel uncomfortable going into the season with Mitch Robinson as just the starting center, and almost he's almost a guarantee to go down with injury by December.
I think he's gone, bro. Did y'all
So
see the trade proposal on Bleacher Report where us in Golden State is we send Golden State Mitchell Robinson, they send us a 2026 top 5 protected first round pick, Moses Moody and Gary Payton II.
you said
Oh,
Bleacher
Would y'all do
Report,
that?
right?
No.
Yeah, I didn't take it serious as soon as you said Bleacher Report.
Not on, yeah, not hey Mitch, I love you, bro. Not only would I do it, bro. Not only would I do it, um, I would take those 2 assets that I got and flip them too. I
mhm.
would take Gary Payton II and Moses Moody and flip them in another deal,
So who's
right?
your starting center then?
Draft it. You make do.
But Freezer, you do realize Tibbs can't breathe air without a center he has faith in.
Um,
Tibbs will quit his job on the spot if he doesn't get a second
bye,
quarter he doesn't
bye,
have
Felicia,
faith in.
Johnny
bye,
will pull up.
Felicia. You
John-
don't, bro. You don't think there is a line of candidates out the door for the Knicks job, bro?
Especially now that they're cleaned up.
Yeah, yeah. But Andre, to your point, I do understand where you're going. I do understand where you're going, and what you're saying is accurate, right? But you just caught me off guard. That was knee jerk. My response to what you just said. But the point that I'm making is centers that are rim protectors that get you 8 and 8 are not rare. These are not unicorns, bro. These are not. We're talking about 8 and 8 protecting the rim for 30 minutes, bro. It's not like we're asking the
Then he
dude to
shouldn't be
shoot
making that much
45% from
money.
three.
Then he shouldn't be making that much money then.
But what
Right.
he did this season is why he's making that money.
Right. They're not, these dudes are not unicorns, bro. I understand what you're saying, right? But what they're asking Hartenstein to be in another place for that money is something that we're asking him to be half that here. We're
Yeah.
asking him to be half of that. We're like, hey, we know you got a bag. We don't use it though. We
Yeah.
don't want you to use that bag. We don't want you shooting threes. Isaiah Hartenstein's dribble. When's the last time y'all saw Isaiah Hartenstein sauce another center up in a Knicks jersey?
Last year.
You rarely see it, but when he was in Cleveland, when he was with the Clippers, you know this dude has a handle. But Tibbs don't want him using his handle, bro.
Mhm.
This
But
dude,
also you got to take into account like all the times he was playing, it was low leverage basketball, like blowouts. He's out there as the 12th, 13th man at the
okay,
end of the bench.
okay,
The first time he actually got like minutes was on the Clippers, and most of the time it was low leverage. When you talk about the Cavs, he was playing in blowouts only.
yeah, and in Houston,
Yeah,
But
blowout
but
only.
but the thing is, bro, if you can't do it, you can't do it. Trust me. I got a homeboy named Warren who can't dance, bro. It don't matter how good the music is, bro. When it don't matter how many drinks Warren drank or how good the music is. When Warren get his ass on the floor, we gonna laugh all night, bro, because he
But
can't
this is the,
dance. And
there
when I'm
are things that are transferable. Absolutely, I understand that. But I remember seeing a late game, end of the season game where Emmanuel Quickly, Quentin Grimes, and Obi Toppin combined for 107 points between the three of them.
yeah, that anniversary just came and went.
Yep. Saw it this morning. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I saw.
107 points.
Yeah, no, and you're
You know
saying
that's like
maybe
the most between like three players that got over 30 in a regulation game ever.
and yeah, now I get it. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is with Hartenstein, I'm having a conversation that you and I had for like 2 years. You were telling me that Tibbs won't allow. He only want his centers to do a certain thing. We had that conversation, right?
Absolutely.
I was listening, bro.
That's
I was listening. I
unfortunate.
took it in. I'm not gonna do like Cowboy Bob when you make your point. I'm just gonna talk over you and then make my point.
It's only Dre. It's only Dre.
I'm
Dre.
just joking. I'm just joking, Cowboy Bob.
I
I'm just
only
joking.
do it with Dre because
Yeah,
he like a brother that just be like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm like, stop touching
yeah,
me.
yeah. Nah, man. I think you could just find a guy, bro. I think our center position is just another guy, bro.
And another thing, what you just said, that value going somewhere else, he is gonna ask for that much money, and him asking for that money is gonna handicap us. It's the same thing like asking for another superstar to come. We're gonna be locked into using those guys more than what we actually allocated, which was our bench. We resupply the bench and support the starting cast. We're good
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
look, like
Cowboy Bob.
$22 million
The point I was
dollars.
gonna make is our. It's not like our centers are borderline all stars.
Yeah,
It's not like our centers are
If Mitch could stay
Miles
healthy,
Turner,
he'd make an
DeAndre
all
Ayton.
NBA defense, though. If Mitch could ever
yeah.
stay healthy.
But that's the thing. If Mitch can stay healthy, are you going to rely on Hartenstein, who was good with
Hey,
his floater and
how about
barely used it?
how about the facts though? How about the facts, right? If we just talk about the facts, Mitch has never been all NBA defense.
Because
Mitch
he's
has never
always
been an all
hurt.
star.
Unfortunately, he's always hurt.
Right, but that's my point. My point was it's not like we're talking about guys that are all NBA. Bro, I would be okay with Rashawn Holmes.
What you're
I would be.
asking your center to do? Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes makes $11 million this year, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not okay with him then. No, I don't want him either. I would be okay with Eves Misi, bro. I would be okay with Eves Misi coming in the game angry for nothing, bro.
Or Kalal Ware.
Yeah, I would be okay with a lazy big man like Kalal Ware, right? I'd be okay with. I would be okay with both of them, right? I would be okay with both of them, bro. Like one dude is mean for nothing, and the other one thinks the world should be handed to him, right? I would be okay with both of them.
I was just gonna say the only thing that goes against Hartenstein for me is this bag that everyone was saying he has or he does really well. I needed to see more of it this season because he was given opportunity. Yes, he was hurt, but I should have seen more of his floaters. He should have put up more points. He should have been averaging a double double. What I was expecting of how good he was as
I,
far as
I'll
passing,
say
but
this:
he didn't.
you can't get offensive rebounds if you're taking 3 pointers.
But
So
that's what I'm saying. The fact
that's
that
why
he
he
didn't.
doesn't. But that's why he doesn't do it.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, he had an opportunity this year to show what he can showcase. And even though he did well enough to hold on the season to where we got 50 wins, he's going to get a bag somewhere else and look better because of that. For example, if you look at how, I hate to use this as an example because it's a reach, Toppin. Toppin wasn't doing nothing here with us. But when he went to Indiana, he was able to actually use what he had and contribute to them when they needed it. Even though it was for 30 seconds or 45 seconds, it was enough to get them over the hump. And he looks better being used in Indiana than with Tibbs. Doesn't mean he's a better player. It's just a better usage. So if you got Hartenstein, which was this year for us because we had injuries with Mitch and we were hurt, he didn't step up. Yeah, he held it down. I'm not agreeing with that. I'm ready to let him go because of the fact is if he stepped up, got a double double, and was doing it, I'd give him his 20 mil. But for me, I don't think Hartenstein should stay because he's limited here due to coaching and his skill set. we can get someone cheaper to actually be more productive in what we're doing.
I don't want to pay the center position no money, bro. Because for the combined center for 48 minutes of center play, we're talking about getting 2.5 blocks, 13 rebounds, and 12 points. Are you telling me I got to pay $35 million for 12 points, 14 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks? And I'm paying $35 million for that.
Josh Hart give you not 8 rebounds or for 18 mil. So 4
I'm
more rebounds and you're paying that much.
Yeah. Well, I know the deadline. Yeah, I was talking to Scoop B, and he was like, they were seriously looking at Daniel Gafford.
Hey, how's he doing, bro?
He's doing all right. Like I don't talk him too much, but like when he comes on, the show, or whatever.
Yeah.
He was trying to come on the show. It didn't quite happen, but yeah, they were seriously looking at Daniel Gafford. The Knicks were at the deadline.
Yeah.
But
I don't know it internally, but it just made basketball sense. If you're on the outside looking in, Daniel Gafford made basketball sense at the time because Mitch was hurt and you didn't know when he was coming back, and Hartenstein was on 2 Achilles that you didn't know if he's going to be able to make it for the rest of the season.
And
So why did that fall through though?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why, but Dallas got him. Dallas is rocking with him.
In the finals. Yeah, and Dallas is in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something. And we're out here talking about Isaiah Hartenstein.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that too. Plus, you brought up another point, the Achilles. How do we know he's going to be who he is next year? And that Achilles might take even longer. That's what I'm saying. He's going to be limited.
Games this year and 82 last year. That's
what I'm saying. That Achilles, how is it going to affect his game? Like, is it going to give him where this year we're going to give him a pass and be like, oh, we're paying him $22 million or $20 million. He's getting a pass because he's hurt.
What I'm curious about is if this was an Achilles injury from last season, right? Remember it slowed him in his first few games as a Knick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is this a thing to be concerned about with his career? Like he will never be 100%. He'll always be at 75, 80%. And if so, are we in the risk mitigation, the injury mitigation business now at center, knowing that Mitch is also a guy that also gets injured? And do we want to put $35 million into that and then both of them be hurt and we roll out Jericho Sims?
Hopefully Jericho's not on the team next year.
Give me Eves Messi, bro. Give me a dude that's angry for nothing. Like, give me a dude that's petty, and then we can couple him with Kelly Ware, a dude that thinks we should give him everything, that he shouldn't earn anything. And we'll pay those 2 dudes $5 million combined and go to the NBA Finals. At least they'll stay healthy.
You're asking a lot of 2 rookie centers that have never played at the NBA level. I mean, like if they were both turned out to be Derek Lively, then cool.
Odds one has Derek Lively. One is more talented than Derek Lively, but he's the Paris Hilton of super talented big men. Like he's got Tyson Chandler like ability.
Does that sound like someone Tibbs would be interested in?
No, absolutely not. But
so how is he building a championship defense behind that?
Well, if you would listen, I'll tell you. He cut me off, and I was trying to explain it. He was like, "Well, how?" Dre, what I'm trying to tell you is don't think the money that you save is gonna go away. You save the money for a reason, right? You save that money at the center position in order to supplement in other areas so that you can pick up for these 2 young centers, right? Say for instance, you don't even have to go out and get another center and have a 3-headed monster. You can still use Jericho Sims because his money is on the books. You don't want to. I don't want to, right? I don't want to. But what we could do is go out and get a legit backup 4/5 for Julius Randle, who's coming off of injury, who's going to need some time to ramp up. He's out. Julius Randle won't be back for basketball activities until mid-October. You know he's a rhythm player, so you know Randle won't be right. Randle won't be Randle until December, right? Is what I'm guessing. Go out and get a 4/5 that can play the 5 next to Randle. Randle comes off the floor. He can play the 4 and whatever. And then once you bring those two centers along, right? You bring them in for specific roles. Hey, we need defensive rebounds and stops right here. Um, um, Cowboy Bob, who's a 4/5? That Xavier Tillman from the Boston Celtics.
Okay.
You bring in a Xavier Tillman to back up Randall. We all know he's like 6'8", 6'9", whatever they list him at, right? But we know he can defend 4s and 5s at a high level, right? Knicks bring him in, probably overpay him, right? He's probably a $7 million player. We give him 9.5, right? And he is going to be your back. He's going to be your starter in the short term until your centers get up to speed. And then when your centers get up to speed, he'll still be in a rotation because you'll need guys like Xavier Tillman to guard guys that dominate, right? Guys that dominate, like Joel Embiid. Xavier Tillman is an excellent defender against Joel Embiid. He's an excellent defender against Jokic. He's an excellent defender against all the dominant centers in the league. Now, can he shoot? No. Can he rebound? Is questionable. Does he have off games where you're like, yo, you can't even make a layup here? Yes. Will he remind you of Precious Achua's offense? Absolutely. Right? But you don't have to break the bank at center to get the production at center that you're looking for, because in theory, all Tom Thibodeau wants is rim protection, health, offensive rebounding, defensive rebounding. Like when you talk to Tom Thibodeau rarely utters the phrase shot blocker. He always utters the phrase rim protector. Right? You can go get the cheap option, draft those two guys, get Uncle Freezy Ryan Dunn, and when we sipping champagne on Houston Street, you know what I'm saying, talking about how many championships we done won in a row, bro, we won't even remember Hartenstein's name. You remember that big dude? You remember that dude that came here and he wanted 25 mil? That's my plan for it.
I agree with that. Like I said, if you could get it cheaper, why not? And then it even helps you with another superstar. Case in point. Everybody needs to understand that we're limited at center. We have two centers that are trying to do one roster spot. That's the weakest thing we have. And then even Randall is the next spot that we're missing. And then even if you look at further that, we're missing a shooting guard or a ball handler. We can use the money from the center to find another ball handler. And as well as if you look at when it comes to what we're asking people to do, we're not even really asking our center to do a lot of scoring. That alone right there is why I think that we should move off of Hartenstein, because a lot of people look at what he's capable of doing only through scoring. Like, that's his big thing. We can't use him right now. The best thing to do is...
Xavier Tillman is 6'7", 245, by the way.
Oh, he's Michael Sweetney size.
Yeah.
Well, minus about 50 pounds.
Yeah, he's the guy from Kentucky, Chuck Hayes.
He's Clarence Witherspoon.
Clarence Witherspoon, wow.
He'll be your Chuck Hayes type center. Like if you ask him to shoot free throws, if you ask him to shoot from 3-pointers, if you ask him to dribble the basketball, you barking up the wrong tree. But if you asking him to defend the guys that are bigger than him and just be a tree stump in the lane that Joel Embiid can't back down, that Jokic can't back down, then this is your guy right here. And he'll be cheap.
He can be cheap, but I don't think he's starter caliber level at this level to be a center. He's a bench player or a bench center. Like the Grizzlies got rid of him for a reason, because he's expendable at that point. The Celtics barely use him.
Right.
And they only use him because of injury, and even with injury, they were playing O'Shea Brissett at the 5 over him. It's eh.
Oh, well, wait. Dre, you gotta say that over because I think you made a mistake with what you just said.
Well, which part?
They only played him at center because of what?
Injury. He wasn't playing when Kristaps was healthy. He doesn't
Right,
even play now. Like the
right,
last series they played, they tried to play him, and they
right,
were like, "This is not working. Not against a team at this pace." And then they put in O'Shea Brissett at the 5
right. Who's a
against
small
bench
forward? He's a
units.
small forward
Yeah,
and a
yeah, he's a
power
small
forward's body.
forward slash power forward.
Yeah, he's a 3 and a 4's body, right? Just an energy wing guy, just running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
Yeah, I think, but partially probably is because of the matchup. Like if they were playing the Sixers, they'd need the body, and they would just throw him at Embiid and hope he stops him.
Right. Nah,
But because they're
his
playing
metrics are
the
good against
Pacers,
Embiid, bro.
it's like no.
Yeah, his metrics are good against it. But notice when I said when I mentioned him specifically, I mentioned those specific things. Right. I'm not saying that he is gonna be your pick and roll stopper, shot blocker, supreme, all that. Nah, we just need a dude that'll hold it down
Mhm.
until Kal Ware you know remembers basketball and Eves Misi smokes a cigarette and calm himself down. Yeah, and Cowboy Bob, listen, I know y'all don't like dudes with anger issues because every time Randall get upset, people are like, trade him to Phoenix.
Mhm.
I think a Eves Misi type dude is what we need, bro.
Need more
Like
dog.
when the light skinned dude from what's the light skinned point guard from Indiana when he was talking trash to everybody and nobody said anything to him. I think that's the guy we need. We need a low edge, bro. We need somebody with some edge to him.
You don't draft guys with edge.
But that's the thing. You keep saying that, but I'm
If
thinking
you draft,
honestly, this year, I think this is Tibbs is like he's on the chopping block.
We like church boys and guys that stay in the gym.
But Dre, remember last year we had this conversation when we were talking, and you was like, "What's gonna happen?" And I said to you, I think Tibbs, if he doesn't get to that 50 wins, he's gonna get excommunicated, and they're gonna put in Bryant. I think this year is actually what they're gonna do. They're gonna give him younger talent and see what we can do. And halfway through the season, if he doesn't make it, Bryant's coming in because at this point you have to incorporate some younger talent because of what we went through with having veterans or older players or whoever got hurt and went down. So we have to incorporate it. And if he's struggling now, we can't sign him for the long term. And I like Tibbs. I love Tibbs. I'm a big Tibbs supporter. But at this point, if Mark Jackson can give you everything he can and it can only get you to the second round, and we're currently in the same situation right now with Tibbs.
would Fritz, would you trade up in the draft to get Eves Misi? He's
Uh,
the Cameroonian center out of Baylor that looked like he don't belong. He looked like the frustrated dude in the airport. Like he looked, but you said the gate was down there. He looked like that guy.
I know if he drops to 24, I'm all for it, but I don't think I move up.
Okay. Okay. So you wouldn't package 24 and Jericho Sims to move up and get him?
Oh no, Jericho Sims, yeah.
I like Jericho, by the way.
Yeah, I think Jericho Sims is, it might take him a bunch of years, but I think he'll be all right in the long term.
Dre, are you against rookie centers?
I just know who my coach is.
No,
If my
that's
coach
not what
was
I.
anybody else, I would take a
That
rookie
wasn't the
center.
question, though. That wasn't the question.
Oh, I'm not against rookie centers. I'm
Okay,
against rookie centers with this coach.
Okay.
okay.
Because I
Oh
was
yeah,
gonna say
I'm not against rookie
Wemby.
centers at all.
I was gonna
So
say
you
you
so
like
you would draft in
Wemby.
Wemby.
Yeah.
I'm not against rookie centers
I
at
mean
all.
you gotta.
I just don't have the confidence in drafting a rookie center and expecting Tibbs to extrapolate what he wants to get out of a rookie center.
But Drake, if they draft him with the idea that hey, if it doesn't work, we're moving on, it's not a problem.
Moving on with who?
Like I
Tibbs?
said, yeah, moving on from Tibbs. Like if Tibbs is okay, you said that you're not comfortable with Tibbs, but if the plan is they come in and say, "Look, this is what we need," and it's not going to work, and they move off of Tibbs, is it going to work or is it not going to work?
Well, I mean, he gave Obi a
I
shot.
think I think
Obi was seventh.
uh,
He was the what, eighth pick?
Yeah.
And they told he got time every day, every game. He
So it
got
is a
time every game.
possibility, especially at the center position. I think he's willing to make that change because look
but
at what
hold
he
on,
was
hold
willing
on.
to make with the wait, hold on, with the adjustments this year. I'm saying learning from this year, the adjustments he made with injuries, using a 4 guard rotation, using different types of setups at center. To me, he's showing that he will make the adjustment. We may not see it be productive this year if he goes out and gets a rookie center, but he has it in his case because he's done it before. So
Yeah,
I think
but
what you're saying,
that person has
Tibbs,
to have
is
a thick skin because
yeah,
you saw what he
exactly.
did. You saw what he did to Obi. Like
But that's what
not
I'm
a lot of
saying. If you
players would
go,
take that. Not a lot of
that's what
players
I
would
was
take that.
saying.
I was
If you
gonna
go
say
after,
time is relative because Obi as a lotto pick, you said he got time. He in reality for a lotto pick, he basically didn't play.
Yeah.
For a guy drafted 8, he
Yeah.
basically didn't play compared to like if you're looking across the league historically, if you're drafted 8 and you play that little minutes, you basically didn't play.
Yeah.
That man was playing that man Obi 10 minutes a game as an 8 overall pick.
Yeah, but he only deserved 9, so he was generous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. He ain't deserve those minutes. He didn't really bring. It was a terrible pick in the first place. It was a stupid pick.
Right.
I think it's correct. I think it's correct. I don't think you can double back once. No, at the
well, what
time it
about
was the
RJ?
right
He
fit.
gave RJ tons of chances. I can understand quickly. He was playing with quickly every now and then. He'll use them in
Mhm.
spurts, but he gave RJ and Grimes tons of chances.
We had
So
so many holes on that roster. Taking Obi at the 4 made no sense.
okay,
No, it
so
didn't make sense.
okay, so
You
But
take the
now it
best
makes
player
sense to go after a
available,
center.
not go with family ties at that point.
Yeah, but now would make a perfect time to go after a center because we learned from those previous mistakes. That's what I'm saying. I think that this Knicks team is changing the core based off of not just this year, but also what happened last year.
I think this situation is a little bit different than then. Like we're on the precipice of being a contender, so every move will maximize our chance to win a championship. Back then, we were basically a terrible basketball team,
Trying to find our
and
way. We was, yeah.
and we took the lowest ceiling player because we knew him and we had connections to him, and his agent was Leon Rose' son. That's why Obi Toppin was here, and it was like the New York story. But if we were supposed to go for best player available, Obi Toppin was not the best player available. He wasn't even the highest ceiling player. He was just a
Yeah,
guy we liked,
but Dre, that's the
and we
point.
were
That
making
was
moves
then.
off of guys we
But Dre,
like.
Dre, that's the point. That was then. This is now. You're to me. You're still holding that into equate, thinking that it's going to happen
No,
again
no, no,
this
no, no,
year.
no. I'm not
No,
holding
because
that.
you
It
just
was
said
just a
Tibbs. You just said
different.
Tibbs. You just said Tibbs with a starter. Tibbs is gonna have a problem starting the center. Because he's young in age. That's what I'm saying. He's shown you this year and last year he can make adjustments. We may not agree with them, but the adjustments he's made brought us here to where we can actually say we're a championship contending team.
But
So
how can you say the adjustments and then like 5 minutes earlier say you be talking about getting this man up out of here for being Mark Jackson?
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is I gave him credit for Mark Jackson because he took us out of the dark ages. We are now relevant thanks to Tibbs. Same thing Mark Jackson did. But the reason why I said get him out of here is because the goal is a championship. If it wasn't a championship, I'd sign Tibbs long term because I love him as a coach. But the idea is to get a championship. And if second round for us as New York fans after 50 years is acceptable, then we have to move on. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to just stop and be at the second round. I want to win 2 championships. I've been saying that since I got on here. I've been wanting to win 2 championships, and everyone's like, "How do you win the
Can we get
first?"
one? Let's
That's
just
that's
take
what I'm
one.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. If I see that we can win 2 championships and this organization made moves to enhance something that I didn't even know that we had capabilities of because of the adjustments and the changes. Look at
I think you
example,
wilding,
RJ and
bro.
OG.
This
No,
conversation
I'm
is
saying I
wild,
think that
bro.
they're gonna
Right,
go ahead and
but
move.
you didn't even hear. So how you argue with me? You ain't even heard what I say.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, you argue with my point. What was my point?
No, I was trying to say something and then got lost. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. What I'm saying is, I think it's wild. I think it's wild that we assume that if you tinker with certain personnel, that the team can't get the same result or better. Hartenstein is the key to our winning a championship. Is for if an alien legit landed his ship here on Earth and listened to this conversation, that alien would assume that Isaiah Hartenstein is the key to the Knicks winning an NBA title.
That's not, but okay. That's not what I was saying. I was
That's
saying
why that's the tenor of the conversation. It might no, I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm saying that's the tenor of the conversation that if we move one card on this deck of cards, that the whole house of cards is going to fall down. And I don't think that's so. I think shoring up certain places on that house of cards makes that house of cards more sturdy. That's just my opinion on it. Now, you know, when you point out the numbers, the guy averaged 7.8 points a game, 8 point something rebounds a game, and he played, significant minutes down the stretch, and I think he got like 2 offensive rebounds a game, right? And we're taking 2 offensive rebounds a game, 8 rebounds a game, and 7 points a game, and turning it into Lou Alcindor. Right. Nah, this dude ain't Lou Alcindor, bro. I mean, we got to relax, bro. Like, just like we found him, we can find another one. I mean, in my opinion. I mean, unless y'all want to pay that man $30 million a year, I'm not. Nah.
30, God, golly, it
Yeah,
goes
I
up
mean,
every 5 minutes.
every 5 minutes, bro. Every 5 minutes, bro. Every 5 minutes, bro. That's what it is. Because Dre, you remember when the conversation first started, we were like, yo, can you really pay him more than we pay Mitch? Remember that conversation?
Yeah, and then
How can you pay him more than you pay Mitch?
he played 50 games at decent starter level into the playoffs consecutively, basically.
Yeah. I'm all I'm saying is in your free agents, in your walk year, think about it. How in the world it's like showing up to work late and asking your boss for a raise, right? Like, how do you legit in a game 7 put up 0 points and then be like, oh yeah, and I want a raise 3 times what I normally make.
Mm-hmm.
Three
Where?
times. That man, you just shot it up to $24 million.
Hey, bro. What about double? Okay. Hey, man, I know I didn't show up in the most crucial game of the season, but I want 2.5 times my normal pay.
Doing
They would, they
overtime.
would, they would pay him. They would pay him. They would pay him for. They would pay him that 17 whatever. But he's probably gonna get more than that.
Right.
And then it
So,
would be on him to take less. And I don't know if he would. I
not gonna.
wouldn't.
Not gonna.
I'm not signing Hartenstein. I'm sorry. I can't do it. With his Achilles, everything, and the fact that we still have Mitch and Sims, we got to create some type of cap space to move people.
I think the key thing that I've been wanting to get to is with the money that we save. Like if OG picks up his option, probably won't happen, but we'll see. If Jalen Brunson takes the 4 for
Extension.
150, right? We don't know, but we'll see. If those 2 things occur, if Hartenstein is signed by another team for
4 years,
19
80.
mil, yeah, something, yeah. Yeah, if Hartenstein gets the bag, right? If we don't pick up Bogdanovich's option for 19 plus mil a year and just terminate the option and is just responsible for 2 mil, What are you gonna do with all that extra money?
There's not much. There actually, I haven't done the numbers, but I don't think you end up with anything or
Yeah,
much.
right now we're 8 million over the cap from what I saw. I think if with everything staying the same, right? With the OG option, and with
If he opts in,
Bogdanovich,
yeah.
huh?
If he opts in,
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah. So I think we're at like negative 8 million something dollars, but that's okay because that's generally where teams like to operate in that window anyway, so that they can get the benefits of operating as an over the cap team. You get all
Mhm.
your mid levels exemptions. You can sign cats to the vet minimum. All the benefits you get for being over the cap, right? But if all these things line up the way that we want, what are you going to do with that money? Because you save 18 million just off of that, right? What if they terminate Tims's team option? That saves them $2 more million a year.
The easiest way to generate money is just not picking up Bogey and cutting him.
Right,
But you
right.
you really want that start. You really
Yeah, you want it.
you
You
really need you
want
really
it to
need.
make the star trade later on.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be available later.
But even for the star trade, who are you moving in that star trade?
$20
Probably
million
Mitch.
ain't much.
Probably Mitch. Probably Bogey. Probably
So that's 31 million.
31. Yeah.
What star are you gonna get for 31 million though?
DeJounte Murray.
But you're gonna be missing a center if you're giving up Mitchell and Sims. You're gonna be losing out in that
We
production.
drafting a center.
Okay, so if you're
Yeah,
drafting a center,
Eves miss bro. Eves Missy, bro. He mad for nothing. He probably mad right now. He probably sleep. Probably somewhere angry for no reason.
Yeah.
But outside of this is the thing. But just looking across the league landscape, outside of the Mavericks who drafted perfectly with Derek Lively, which is a rare occurrence for an NBA center to be that impactful as a 20-year-old. Not most of the contenders are not out there running around with rookie centers. It's just not a thing. It's not.
Um,
No matter how we try to like
You know
paint
why,
it,
right?
like cheaping
You know
out.
why, right?
What's your opinion
Because
on it?
that rookie that they drafted probably matured with that franchise, right?
uh
Because I get what you're saying, but I think you're totally missing out on the big picture of stuff, right? The teams that are good in this league generally draft players and work them in, and they wind up becoming Tatum and Brown. They wind up being Luca. They wind
Tim
up being
Duncan.
Anthony Edwards and Cat and McDaniels, right? But for us,
yeah.
Brunson's a transplant. DiVincenzo is a transplant. OG Anunoby is a transplant. Julius Randle's a transplant. Hartenstein's a transplant. All these guys, we're paying these guys at market value before we even get the fruits of what their rookie contract can bear. Right. And then if we wonder why we don't win championships, it's the reason why we don't win chips because we never get the benefit of building around a player before we can extend them on their rookie max extension and then their veteran max extension, right? Like when we're gonna watch the Dallas Mavericks and the Boston
Well,
Celtics, right? All of their guys, the support pieces are built around a homegrown drafted guy.
Yeah.
And the Knicks roster is full of transplanted guys, played 2 years here, 3 years there, 2 years here. And I get it. It don't matter now because we have the guy, but I'm saying our starting point is further up the salary cap than it would have been if we'd have just started drafting guys, backfilling the roster, having dudes play out their contracts and having them be great.
But the
And
thing,
Cowboy Bob, I know what
I was
Cowboy
gonna
Bob
say,
would say, but
Freezy,
what about Emmanuel quickly? I know.
but Freezy, it evens out when most of your contracts are guys that are actually underpaid. Like we don't have max contract guys.
But Dre, also real
So
quick
when
though,
you
you
when you're
said
talking
that.
about like these guys,
Yeah.
most of the teams around the league. Let me finish, Bob. Most of the teams around the league, when they talk about their center is their transplant guy. Our entire roster is the transplant, but all our transplant players are basically being paid under market value outside of maybe Josh Hart.
But Dre, what I was just gonna say is, you said that most teams don't take a chance on the center. What happened to Tim Duncan and Pop? Like he took
Are
a
you
chance on.
comparing
No,
Let
that's
me
no, that
finish.
no, no,
Hall of
Let me
no.
Fame?
finish.
All right, man.
No, no,
I'm trying to tell you
that's not
something
what we
about how
saying
they
right here. No,
fit.
that's not what we saying. No, that's not what we saying right here. That's not
I'm saying how he fit in
that's
and
not
made an
but that's
impact.
not what he's saying right there. That's not what he was saying. He was saying that most of the guys are drafted right,
Mm-hmm.
and the center position is the one that's a turnstile of guys that
Oh,
you
okay.
pay cheaply,
Okay.
right? Whereas our roster is built with the turnstile guys that got here and lived up to expectation and exceeded expectation and things of that sort. And that hole at the center position, while most teams just put a guy in there because those guys tend to get hurt at a higher rate than other NBA players. You know, we have guys that we feel comfortable with right now. And so now, with the boat being buoyed at a certain place, all we have to do is build around the edges. We built the team differently than most teams build their team.
Okay. All right.
That's what he was getting at. He wasn't talking
Okay.
about
Taking a chance.
not drafting Tim Duncan. That'd be ridiculous, bro.
No, I was just saying, like, if you take it, you can take a chance and it can work because you drafted Tim Duncan. He incorporated himself in the system the same way
Like
that happened with Dallas this year.
it's
I'm not saying
it's
every
not the
time it
same.
works.
I
I'm
was
not
gonna
saying
say
every time it works. I was giving you an example because I thought you were saying
no,
if
no,
Can we
no,
use a
like
different example than Tim Duncan?
no. We not using the greatest power forward of all
no,
time.
I was saying it because of the pop and the connection with
But
Tibbs.
but
That's
but
why I
but
used it.
here's the thing,
What other
like,
example is there? Is there another
but
example?
here's the thing, like,
Not that well with the connection of Tibbs and everything with the coaching. That's the only reason why I did it. But if you want to say another center that came in, it took them at least 2 to 3 years to develop. So
the
Dre's
the
right to
the
that point.
the thing, like, the Mavericks had to take a rookie that didn't make a lot of money because they're already paying their stars a ton of money. They're already paying between Luca and Kyrie. They're probably going to be around $90 million a year.
Yep.
Mhm.
They have to fill in their roster with guys that you have to draft and only makes rookie starter money. He makes like $5 million because it's beneficial to them to have rookie scale guys. Whereas our team, at least into the next year or the year after that, we won't be feeling the effects of the cap until we have
Okay.
to actually pay guys market value. But when we're not paying guys market value, you can afford to splurge on a position that might be deemed as a luxury position. But that's why I'm like, when we talk about kicking the can, we can splurge on that center position for this year and this year alone. You can't do that for 2, 3, 4 years in a row.
Right.
You can afford to pay Hartenstein this year. You can't do it. You can't do it into 2025, 2026 with
Yeah.
two guys. And you're trying to, like, I see what you're saying. You got to expedite the process and just get a rookie center in here and move off of one of Mitch or Hartenstein.
Or
To
yeah,
restart the
I wouldn't count
process, yeah,
guard, bro.
I
because
wouldn't. I think moving both is kind of harsh. I think
no, I ain't say
one.
both. I
I know. I'm talking to Freezy.
okay.
That's my stance. Both of them are gone, bro.
I think that's harsh.
Yeah, it's a reality. Reality is harsh, bro.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say we still have Mitch on the contract. Let's like at
Right.
least have some type of value with that. I'm willing to let go of Hartenstein because Mitch comes back later and incorporates himself in. I already know what he's gonna get. That's why I'm willing to fix the rookie situation now as opposed to paying Hartenstein. Because even if we keep Hartenstein now, we just pushed ourselves 2 3 years back because we could have used this time to get the replacement in this draft. And it may not be a perfect fit, but we would be next year. We would be a lot further than we would be looking for a new center or looking for a new place person to replace Mitch or find an upgrade. We will still be where we're at, and we paid multiple money to a guy who we could have replaced earlier. I don't want to fall into that trap of doing that. That's why I say I'd rather get rid of Hartenstein or Mitch, because at least Mitch, I know what I'm going to get defensively, and we can use that off the bench under the contract
And
and
you
use
know
it for
he's
one
gonna
more
get
year.
hurt.
And
So
and that's another thing, he's going to get hurt, so I could rely on, okay,
But it's not
I'm
just
relying on someone to
Mitch
get hurt.
getting. That's where it's unfair at. It's not just Mitch getting hurt,
Hartenstein.
bro.
Yeah,
Centers in this league get hurt, right? And New York Knicks players get hurt, right?
all the
So
time.
instead of investing $35 million in street clothes, why not invest $5 million into a mama's boy in Kalel Ware? I know I keep calling them that because I know Fritz like them, man. I'm just
Where
trolling.
and
I'm
done.
just trolling, right? But why not invest um um you know $5 million into guys that are gonna give you the same thing that he bro. No matter what we say, the two rookies that they bring in at center are still gonna give you 12 points and 14 rebounds, bro. Right? It might look different, but when you're talking about 48 minutes of 12 points and 14 rebounds, that's like both of the dudes averaging 6.7 rebounds apiece, a block and a half apiece.
And that's two guys
Yeah,
like that contributing the way you can mix and match and get multiple, and you can still have room for other places to make more sturdies. Like for example, you get a perfect backup for OG if OG gets hurt. And most people are like, "Oh, Josh Hart." No, we can get a better one, like a younger guy who can stay in and cover him to where we can solidify him being healthier throughout the season, not playing so many minutes. You can angle it to where it helps out the main guys. That's why I said now, perfect time to
and
place
kick
it.
the can down the road.
Exactly. And in future tense, because if you think about anything we do that doesn't revamp our center position, given what we build this year, it's going to push us back 3 years and it's going to make Tibbs look bad. Like, oh, we did all of this for nothing. And we're going to have to start all over again.
Dre, what do you have against Eves Misi, bro?
I have nothing against him. I don't even know that much about him. I don't hate him.
Eves Misi?
Yeah.
Didn't they? Oh no, they didn't win a national championship this year. They lost to Did they lose to Purdue? Hey, Fritz, what do y'all have against Eves Misi?
I don't have any issue with him.
Okay.
I just rather like if I'm moving up in the draft, it's probably a guard. But
But why? Why would you
no,
go with
it
a
just
guard?
no, it's just like there's just too many talent. There's some guys up at the, if I'm jumping in the top 10, it's like what kind of quality player you get in the top 10? I'm probably getting something I probably don't need.
But it's
Just
like three
because
cent. It's maybe three centers in there that you could probably get at most. I think in the top 10 that you can get that could help us down the
clinging,
road. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So for me, the guard play, we have talented guards. We tried it with McBride. I wouldn't be so eager to get a guard in that position because
no, I'm
we
just saying
have three
who
guards.
can make the biggest impact. If you're going to
So,
top 10, you need some guy who can right away he can play.
yeah, like a ball handler who could come in and just
Yeah.
help out Brunson immediately. That I
I'm
can see.
I'm like
But
if I'm in the top 10, even though we don't need him, Dillingham, I don't think you can pass him up.
But then you're gonna put stress on the center position because then now you're gonna be playing Hartenstein at $20 million, and then now you're locked in with a bad center core. That's
Yeah,
that's the problem. You're gonna have a good young team, but with a bad center play, it's gonna make the team look bad. Period.
yeah.
As opposed to
But
having a
we do have future picks. You could trade future picks.
Okay.
People are trying to get out of this draft, so maybe give him that Washington pick to get up.
Oof.
You know
Oof.
that future Washington pick to get something else in the draft.
Okay. I see what you're saying. You're saying you would rather solidify the guard position and
No,
the
no,
center.
get an impact player. If I'm
Yeah.
gonna move up, I need somebody who's gonna make an impact. Like I
Yeah.
need somebody. Okay, I walked into the draft and I came out with somebody. I know 5 years this guy's gonna like.
Who do you have in mind? That would
No,
be
I'm
if you
saying
were to move
Dillingham.
up.
Like Dillingham, he's short, backup, and shooting guard.
Okay.
I'm playing him backup and shooting guard.
But I don't think the short thing
Dre,
is
you
a
ever heard of
factor. Go
Dre?
ahead.
You ever heard of who you talking about? Rob Dillingham?
I was gonna say while Dre's thinking, I don't know. I was just gonna say I
I
think that
mean,
the height
you
thing
would
isn't height thing to me
Rob
isn't
Dillingham would
really.
kind of take the place where IQ. Like
I stepped away. What
I
was the
think the
question?
same. I would put him in the same
He's gonna be
IQ all over again.
yeah
Well,
a
I
little
stepped away. What was the question?
I asked you if you knew who Rob Dillingham was.
Yeah, I know who Rob Dillingham is.
Okay.
I think. Well, he's not IQ all over again because he's not going to play team defense like IQ, but he's a much more explosive scorer.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
those minutes, this year, those minutes when Jalen was off the floor. Yeah, you can't have that no more. You can't have that no more.
Okay.
So are you
You
getting
can
rid of
just
Duke?
only hope he doesn't turn into Bones Highland though.
No,
Yeah, that's what I think he's gonna
I
do.
just don't. I just can't. I can't trust Deuce as point guard.
I don't know if Dillingham can play point guard at this level because, in my mind, I view him as like an undersized two
Why does everyone say that?
Lou
because he's
Williams.
extremely aggressive and
Yeah.
his turnover to assist ratio isn't good. So it screams to me he doesn't necessarily have the traditional vision or anticipatory skills. But I mean that can come with time. But usually guys that play the point guard position at a high level at the NBA level, they pick that up in college or at earlier levels in terms of their feel for the game. He's more like, yo, I'm just gonna grab the bull by the horns. I ain't got time to get everybody else going. But part of that was his role. Maybe that was his role. I'd have to look up some of his high school film to see if he was more of a guy willing to get other guys involved or running offense, but
No.
he's not.
No, he was supposed to be the backup to DJ Wagner. That's what he was supposed to be. Right.
But he's just a bucket.
And Wagner just didn't. He got off to a slow start and never recovered. And
I think
this
Wagner
kid,
transferred, didn't he? Or
to
did he go?
Arkansas.
Yeah, to follow coach.
Yeah. So yeah, it's one of them things, bro. I disagree with Fritz probably for the first time in a couple of weeks, where I'm not trading up to get a project. If I'm gonna draft a project, I'm gonna stay right where I am. Right? Why trade Why trade two entities for an entity that's gonna take twice the work? What I would rather do.
I mean, as a do you,
now,
I
just
mean,
let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish
Okay.
my point. If I'm even uncomfortable where I am at 24, I would consider even trading back from 24. Right? Like for me, if Ryan Dunn is off the board at 24, I might consider if I can't get Eves Misi, Khalil Ware, Ryan Dunn, Devin Carter, I'm trading out of the draft period.
Mhm.
Right? Because there are certain things that I know that this coaching staff wants. Right? And so I'm not going to draft a guy that goes against the program. Right? The reason why I'm high on Ryan Dunn is because I know who Tom Thibodeau is, and I like 6'8" athletic wing players that will dunk in your face and play nose to nose defense. I like those guys. They don't have to be able to shoot. Trust me, Jalen Brunson. You think Jalen Brunson is gonna be mad if Ryan Dunn don't shoot? Jalen Brunson gonna be like dribble. I got you, bro. Dribble. You don't want to shoot? I got you, big dog. Dribble. Trust me, Jalen Brunson ain't gonna hurt if Ryan Dunn don't shoot, right? So I mean, that's my. Honestly, I don't know if I can live in a world where thinking Isaiah Hartenstein is the key to us winning the championship, knowing how I just saw him perform in a game 7 at home. I just can't. I can't occupy that space.
Well, he's gotten better every year. Like that's the one thing about Hartenstein. He's gotten better every year.
But this is not. We don't have time for that. Like, how many more years does he need with this?
If we're
I
gonna
know,
use
but like,
if we're gonna use the time excuse, then you can't draft a rookie then.
no, I'm just saying, like Hartenstein, he's added, like his first year, like his first half of the first year, like he was frustrating to watch.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think he's gotten more in tune as you know
I
as a
mean, he
Nick.
got healthier over the course of that season because he was unhealthy at the beginning, and he was forcing himself to play 82 games for what reason I don't know.
I think that man is, to me, that man is Dwayne Shinsis. Y'all know who Dwayne Shinsis is?
I remember. Yeah, I
You remember?
remember.
You remember the big tall Russian dude from that movie, Eddie, with Whoopi Goldberg, the
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
white dude that played center.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's Isaiah Hartenstein right now.
Mm-hmm.
I know basketball. That's
He's
him.
like, what is this? This was stuff. Getting mad.
What is that orange thing? I know basketball. You catch it with your hands, crazy, not with your face. That's what- to
Man.
me, he's that. To me, Isaiah Hartenstein right now in this moment, just in this moment, and I'm telling jokes, everybody. Right, right, right. To me, right now, he's Kevin Seraphin.
Wow. You just wow. Damn.
Yeah, I remember Kevin Seraphin talking
I
about
remember their name.
before he got his. He's talking about he want to wear number one. Remember
Mm-hmm.
Karen, the Swiss dude talking about he want to
He
wear
was
number one.
French.
Was he French?
He was
French?
French.
The French dude, like, yeah, I want to wear number one. What number one? Bro, you've been a backup on 5 teams, and you talking about what number you want to wear when you get here? To me right now, Isaiah Hartenstein is Cole Aldridge.
Damn. Oh, you gotta stop, man.
Bro, come on, bro. Bro, in your walk year, think about it. Yo, it's do or die, and your legit NBA mortality is on the line, and you show up with 0 points.
Do you think?
Is it
Okay,
surprising he only takes like 3 shots a game?
But see, I can't even be. If I
I
use
mean,
an
like
example,
look at his game log. He takes 3 shots, 4 shots, 3 shots,
yeah. But
four
if I
shots.
use an example, it'll actually be a bad example because here's an example: Boston. Look at the Boston game when we were down, and even you said it, Dre. He takes a lot of shots when we were down, and he was getting a lot of minutes. And Mitchell was playing in that game. Mitch got in a foul trouble. He got involved, and he
Dre
was
just said
scoring.
I know he didn't. Dre just said the opposite of that.
No. I said when he plays when we were getting blown out, he plays minutes a lot
No,
of games.
Dre said, look at his game log. He doesn't take a lot of shots.
And I'm
Dre,
saying in the
Dre, is that
Boston.
what you said? Is that what you said,
Yeah,
Dre?
I'm talking. I'm just speaking in general. Like you might bring up the odd game. That's like 1 out of every 10 games when he decides to take 8, 10 shots.
Oh, talking about me or Cowboy
Me,
Bob.
Cowboy Bob.
Okay,
me. No, but that's what I was saying. You say he takes 3 shots, but what I'm saying is in those games, he could have done more in other games as well. But I'm using the Boston as an example to show you he can do it. But the problem is that he just was missing. If you look at another game when the Indiana game, I think it was game 3, when he was taking shots, he was missing a lot of his shots.
I'm gonna keep it absolutely 100. His offensive bag in terms of in the post is kind of mediocre. He doesn't
Okay.
really have a hook, and sometimes he goes up to the rim soft, like he's not 7 foot.
right.
The push shot floater that he has is extremely effective.
It's Hall of Fame level on 2K, bro.
It's extremely effective. But if like a team decides to straight up take that away or like actually pay attention to him in the short roll, which is very rare because Brunson is Brunson is like a magnet to
Dribble,
defenses.
dribble, 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 dribble.
He also dribbles a lot, but he's also a magnet to defenses. So they sell out and try to stop him.
And he
So
don't
the
look for
floater
hard
is
time
usually
either.
available to him when he actually gets the ball. But it's one of those things where I'd like to see more out of Hartenstein, but and sometimes
Okay.
like his aggressiveness comes and goes depending on the night. And a lot of times when he's like underneath the rim, like sometimes he'll take the ball and like throw his shoulder into the defender's chest, and then sometimes he'll just go soft and
You
throw some BS at the
Dre,
rim.
you just said that his one of his best things is his floater, right? That Harden.
It's Hall of Fame level, bro.
Okay, so now that we know that and we re-sign him, you don't think that they're gonna make the adjustments to prevent that from him? And we're paying him $20 million for what?
Well, I
If
mean,
that's going to his
I
offensive bag,
mean, 20. There's a lot of $20 million centers without a bag. Like you afraid of Jakob Pertl's offensive bag?
no. But what I'm
No.
saying is if they make the adjustment and stop Hartenstein with his floater that you said is one of his best things that he has as far as offense. We're paying him $20 million to where his offensive key number one weapon is being not utilized. That's to me. I'd rather have another player that has more
As a
opportunities because
starter,
if
his
they're gonna
numbers
stop,
as
no,
a
because
starter, his. Go
all
ahead,
I
go
was
ahead, go
saying
ahead. I'll
was
let you finish.
my fault. All I was saying was Hartenstein, if they find a way to make the adjustments, because one, they're not paying attention to him off of pick and rolls because of Brunson's double teams. If they find a way to trap him and stop him from getting his floater off, his value depreciates even more. That's why I said I don't believe in paying him the $20 million or the $22 million
Here,
because I see that adjustment coming to
here,
where he's
here-
even more limited.
here's the thing: that floater will be available at all times when we're healthy. Like when Randall commands the attention that he commands, when Dante is spacing the way he can space, when OG is a corner sniper the way we know he is, when Brunson is a lethal catch and shoot threat while also being an elite ball handler, while Randall is while Randall commands the attention, that floater will be available 100 times out of 100 when you
Yeah.
have that type of spacing.
But the
So I
veil
can't
is
even
if we're
be
not
mad
healthy.
at I can't even if he's a one trick pony, that one trick fits so seamlessly with the
It's a
skill
hell of a
sets.
trick, bro.
It fits like that one trick fits seamlessly with the starting lineup. It's a reason why like that starting lineup was so effective on both ends because the parts just fit in terms of
Mhm.
skill set and ability. Now it's a one trick, right? It's a hell of a trick when the actual other parts are available.
But
That's
that's
what
the
we have to
veil, Dre.
rely on. But when you're missing parts, I mean, I think if you're missing parts, you're already screwed to begin with, in
But
my mind.
that's the veil, Dre, that I've been trying to tell you. The veil is one, we're not healthy. So you can't say, oh, if we're healthy, it's gonna be effective.
Well,
We're
if
not.
you're not healthy, you're
And
not going to
two,
win a championship.
Hey,
and
Fred,
So
hey,
two,
do we have
this
do
season,
we have a crying baby meme?
I was
Do
gonna
we
say,
have
in
a
this
do
season,
we have a meme that we can hit the button and it's like a baby will start crying? I just want Dre, should I hit the crying baby meme? Cowboy Bob, should I hit the crying baby meme?
please,
by
please.
all means,
Okay. Bro, why are we crying a river over a dude that didn't step up when everybody else was out, bro?
That
Like,
thank you.
like, like, what? Because if the mantra, like I've been
I
saying
mean, he
forever,
stepped up
if
the
the mantra is
50
next
playoff
man
games,
up, if
regular
the
season
mantra is
games.
next man up, why is this man not stepping up? It's
Thank
just
you.
as simple as that, bro. If I get, we're not efficient and all of that stuff, bro. But bro, legit, if I slip and fall on banana peel right now, you think Cowboy Bob gonna stop talking? Hell no. Chat, right? It's next man up, right? Legit. If
hmm
if if when I go in here to get something to drink and I slip on a banana peel, Cowboy Bob gonna keep talking. He ain't even gonna know I'm gone.
hmm
It's next man up. You know what I'm saying?
And
And
that
so
Florida,
when Hartenstein saw Brunson get hurt and leave the game, and for him to not take another shot, nah, bro.
yep.
You got to dial up that aggressiveness, bro. I don't care if you used to be a two-way player or you used to be the backup in Cleveland, right? I don't care if they drafted in Cleveland, they drafted your replacement in Evan Mobley. I don't care, bro. When you get the opportunity to walk the dog, bro, you got to walk the dog, bro. It's as simple as that because opportunity doesn't knock numerous times. Nobody's going to give you a Hall of Fame career. You got to take it, right?
hmm
And if you don't take the opportunity, bro, I'm sorry. I'm
But
sorry.
as a
Look,
center, but Freezy, as a center, you're a play finisher. If he loses the guy that starts the
is
play,
Joel Embiid a play finisher?
Joel Embiid is a
He's a
Freezy.
center though, right?
Joel Embiid is the best player right
But he's
now.
the center though, right?
He's the best player
What
going.
about Jokic? What about the league MVP? Is he a play
Are,
finisher?
are you comparing role players to
No,
superstars?
you just made a general statement, and I asked you a general question.
As a center role player, he is a play finisher, not a
Now
play
we're being
starter.
specific. So you're saying if you're a trash
I
dude,
shouldn't
we
have to
don't
explain what a
we
role
don't
player is
expect
when we're
trash
talking about
dude to step
Hartenstein.
up.
But Hartenstein,
But we know what Hartenstein is. Why would I have to over explain to not compare him to all
But
NBA
you said
centers?
in general, you use a general terms like Fritz and Cowboy Bob, and I don't know basketball, bro.
It's a
We
general term
know.
because it would be describing every other center that's not Jokic and it's not Jokic and Joel Embiid. Like I'm comparing him to role player centers.
He is
It
not a
shouldn't be
play
that
finisher.
he is a play finisher when you have
No,
a
he's
play
not a play
starter.
finisher, bro. You,
When he's
hey, Fritz. When's the last time you saw Isaiah Hartenstein catch a lob off of a call play?
Breezy, literally
I'm
99%
just
of the
asking because
time.
you said
What
play finisher,
can I?
right?
Is him catching the ball in a short roll and putting up a floater, not
You
finishing the
make it.
play?
I think you're making an excuse for a dude that had 0 points in a game 7.
You want him to post up and then start isolating and throwing up hook
no.
shots when that's never
No,
been his
What we
game.
Dre.
want is the
No.
aggression.
How about go to the rim strong and knock down a free throw?
Yeah. Even
How
look at
about
Mitch.
how about that?
Look at Mitchell Robinson. As bad as he was this year with the injuries and everything, every time he was on the court, I seen him try to attack the basket, try to get to the
I've
rim,
seen Mitch
try to
Robinson
grab
score 2 points
rebounds. And there have been
all the
times where
time.
I've seen Hartenstein standing there like and let a guy like Turner take advantage of him.
I've
He
seen
let
Mitchell
other guys
Robinson
that
have 0 points and like 10 rebounds in
I'm talking
several
about the
games.
Well,
aggression. I
what
was
I'm
talking
saying
about the
is with
aggression.
offensive players dropping like flies, right? With offensive players dropping like flies, and we're down 20 plus points. You're telling me a dude on the floor can't even get a bucket?
I don't know. Dante
We
Come
was.
on,
we,
Dre.
we
Dante was
look at
getting
how
it.
we killed
Go out of there,
McBride.
man.
We
Dante was
killed
getting it.
McBride. Remember when we lost to
I thought
Indiana and
Dre
we
was
brought
gonna
in
be on
our
my side on this,
reserves?
bro.
Remember how we brought in our reserves and McBride was playing the whole fourth quarter and everybody killed him? That's the same thing Hartenstein was doing, but because he's a center, he gets a pass. Like that's not cool.
Cowboy
How
Bob, you
is it?
can't grab an offensive rebound and go back up strong,
Exactly.
and
Like
then you
Mitchell
get
was
to the free
doing
throw
it.
line. I mean,
Breezy, if you extrapolate his entire tenure to just that game, then I don't know what to say.
no.
No.
No, I am. I know. I'm not doing that. I'm doing it for a specific reason, right? Because if we keep talking about what he did in the regular season, and then when I point out what he did in the playoffs, because y'all said no, we can't have rookies because of this playoff championship aspiration, and then I pointed out the dude that was in that position during that playoff aspiration, he did nothing. And then y'all are giving him the biggest pass of all time. Y'all telling me a rookie can't go in and score 0 points in the game 7, but Hartenstein does it. Y'all want to give him
We
25
don't
million a
even
year.
get in a game 7 if you replace Hartenstein with that rookie. We get to a play-in if you
You don't
replace
know that, but
Hartenstein with a
you don't know
rookie.
that though, bro.
Nah.
We
I
don't
know
know that.
basketball, and the vast majority of rookies drafted at back end of a first round is not putting you in position to get to game 7 of the second round.
Okay,
Period.
I'm going to go to ESPN right now and look at game 7s this year, and if one rookie center scored a single point in a game 7, you are wrong.
No, that's not no.
Yeah,
You
man,
don't
that's what
get
you
to
just
the
said.
game.
That's what you
No,
just
no, no, no,
said.
no. You're no, no,
That's
no,
what you
no, no,
just
no,
said.
no,
Now
no,
you
no, no, no,
backing
no,
it
no.
up.
Trash.
Now you
Did
backing
Gotta
you
it
let
not
it
up.
hear
trash.
anything that I said? I said
Fritz,
you
is that
don't
not
get
what he
to the
said?
game
Right?
seven. You don't get to the game
Yeah,
seven
we don't get
without
to
his
no.
contributions. You don't get to the
Where
game
is
7
ESPN
without
at?
his contributions. You don't get to the game 7 without his contributions. That's my
When's
point.
But
the
the
He
last?
had a bad game 7. You don't get to that point without Hartenstein. Period.
but the contributions that Hartenstein gave for the Knicks to win wasn't even there. He didn't even contribute when we were winning. It was
Man,
our
y'all
guards that
ridiculous.
dished out rebounds.
Y'all being ridiculous. I
Hart
get
was
being
getting more. Hart had more rebounds
I
than
get
than
being
him.
frustrated with
Josh
his
Hart,
game.
a six
I
four
get
guy,
being
got more
frustrated with his game
rebounds.
6 and game 7.
You
But
got a six
but
four guy getting more rebounds than you.
a late round first rounder is not going to be Derek Lively every year,
I'm not
especially
saying that.
not
What
in
I'm
this
saying,
draft, especially not in this draft.
What I'm saying is a 6'4" guy and Josh Hart got more rebounds than you, and you're a center, and you played pretty much a lot of minutes, and you're playing down in the post way more than he was. Most of his rebounds he's
That
getting
man
because he's
had
sent to the
12
basket.
offensive rebounds in one game in the same series. What are we talking about? Y'all just want to diminish him because he had a bad
I'm
game.
not
He had a
diminishing.
bad
No,
game.
that one game doesn't give you an overall success of
So
7 games. That's
Josh
my
Hart
point.
having more rebounds gives him leeway.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the effectiveness of the
I don't understand the
continuation.
argument.
Okay,
Make
the
it make
argument is this: the continuous. I have a player who's going to give me a 7 game series that's going to average 8 rebounds, or I'm going to have a center who's going to give me 2 games of 12 rebounds or more, and that's it. What? How is he helping if he's contributing? The
No,
person who's
you're not making
contributing most
sense.
to me is the person that's giving me 7 games
You're
of
not
eight
making sense.
rebounds. Because off of those 8 rebounds, we can score. You give me 2 games of 12 rebounds plus, that's not going to help me in 2 games. It's only 2 games. But if I'm getting 7 of 8 rebounds to where a key rebound can come at the end of the game to get us a 3-pointer, or a key, that consistency gives us second chance opportunities, that's more contributing to our winning than those 2 games. That's all I'm trying to
Hartenstein
say.
averaged 10 rebounds a game against the Pacers. What are we talking about?
That's all I'm trying to say. You got a guy who is smaller than you, who's competing
I
against you,
think
is
y'all
better
just want to.
rebounding.
I think y'all just frustrated that he finished the season weekly, and yeah, I don't like how he finished the season at all. But without his contributions, we don't get to that number 2 seed
I'm
to
for
even have the
Hartenstein.
opportunity to have a game 7 at home. And
I'm
yes, we
for
perform
Hartenstein
bad, but
staying.
we don't get to that 2 seed to even
This
have the game 7 at home without Hartenstein doing what he had to do in the regular season.
Dre, I'm okay with him staying, but I'm not paying him anything over $18 million. That's my point.
Well,
I'm not saying that at all. I think the goalpost is moved. The argument is not Hartenstein and his contribution. The argument was a rookie will not be able to show up in the playoffs and contribute to a championship
that's
like
not what I
Hartenstein
said.
does.
No. That's not what I said, Freezy.
And on top of that, when the proof was showed that Hartenstein didn't even do it, now we're talking about all the
That's
stuff
not
that
what
he
I
did before
said.
that.
His contributions in the regular season helped us get to the number 2 seed to help us even have a game 7 in the second round in the first place.
No,
If you replaced him with a rookie center at the back end of the first round, we do not have the number 2 seed.
speculate. Hey, objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
You can infer.
Because
Ooh.
because here's the thing. I will indeed infer, and here's the inference. If I remove Hartenstein and insert the number 1 pick in this year's draft,
I said
Victor
a late
Wembanyama,
round first rounder.
does this team get to this point or beyond with Victor Wembanyama?
Why are you comparing a late round?
But
We wouldn't
wait,
even
no, no,
be in
no, no,
position to
He
draft a Victor
is he
Wembanyama.
Fritz, is Victor Wembanyama a rookie NBA center?
What was our draft pick in
Yes,
last
yes,
draft,
sir.
Freezy?
He is a rookie NBA center,
What
right?
is our no? I
Right.
said a late first round
Objection, Your
where we
Honor. Your
drafted.
Honor. Your Honor.
That's
Permission to
not the
treat the
same.
witness
You
like a
compared
hostile
Dre,
witness, Your
Dre,
Honor.
generational
Dre,
talent to
you
Isaiah
didn't say that
Hartenstein. That's
initially. Dre, you
dishonest.
said,
Right.
Dre,
Your Honor.
That's dishonest.
Just permission to treat the witness like a hostile witness, Your Honor.
go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
have
Because,
to,
Dre, that's not what
I
you
have
said.
to
Because
break it down in the most
be-
simple. I have to
be-
say explicitly it had to be a late first rounder for you to infer that
bro,
we're not going to be drafted number 1 in overall in the draft. Like, come
bro.
on, Freezy.
Okay. So the thing is if we don't want to have the game 6 and game 7 against Indiana be an indictment on Isaiah Hartenstein's tenure as a Knick, then it's not fair to speculate what a rookie center or two can and can't do if they were put in the same situation. Right? We can't keep having all these disclaimers for this guy, bro. Oh, guys wasn't getting him the ball. Oh, he rarely shoots. Oh,
Mhm.
it was only this one game 6. Oh, it was only one game 7. Oh, but look at that game over there. And then when it comes to a rookie, no, we don't want to hear anything across the board. Rookie can't do nothing for me. A rookie
Okay,
can't
well
do
then I can
anything
look up
for
where
me,
we would have
but show me
drafted
where the
in the
bathroom is
prior
at.
year draft, and then infer what centers were available at that number, and then you tell me if X center would help us get to the number 2 seed after Mitchell Robinson got hurt.
Or we could do this. Or we cannot speculate on a backup journeyman random center not coming through in a game 7, or on a rookie that has not played in the NBA yet.
Oh God.
That sounds fair to me.
Yes.
Right? If we can't do what was good for the goose is good for the gander. Right? If we can't hold him accountable for not stepping up,
Who's not holding him accountable?
Overruled. I'll continue.
I'm not holding him accountable. I'm disappointed how he finished the season, but to completely dismiss like the 50 games that he played before, like it didn't happen. It just didn't. It didn't happen. It had no impact. It had nothing to do with where we got in this season.
No, the assumption is that a rookie wouldn't be able to contribute.
No, a rookie
at least
would
on the level of heart,
not to that level. No.
That's what he's saying, to the level of heart.
Right.
They could have done more.
And I objected, Your Honor, by saying Victor Wembanyama is a rookie.
And I would object to say I'm talking about rookies that would be drafted in the position we would be drafting at.
Right.
We would not be
and
drafted number 1 overall.
By
We won 47 games the year before. How can you even talk?
Maybe if the Knicks wore their City Edition jerseys, things would have been different.
Freezy, we won 47 games. Why are we talking about Victor Wembanyama?
What if? We won 50 games, right? And I would say objection, Your Honor.
I'm saying in the year prior we won 47 games. How are we going to be in Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes? I'm talking about the centers that would be drafted. What we're talking about.
Everything. We're clarifying everything. Why not just say that man played like a dog in those 2 games that we needed him, right? Just saying that he did not show up. The man gave up 3 layups to the dude that looked like my insurance agent, the backup point guard from Indiana.
TJ?
Scotty Brooks, Billy Donovan. Right? Well, why can't we just say, you know what? We just hold everybody to a standard.
So if your last game is how you view, or last 2 games is how you view someone's tenure, then Jalen Brunson must be trash. Then he played like absolute garbage. We should probably trade him.
No, Dre. Everybody. The thing is, Jalen Brunson was not a pending free agent. And Jalen Brunson was not a guy looking to take a significant number against the salary cap.
But he can get
with
an
those
extension.
With those 2 rookies,
get an extension
you
for a
can
lot
come
of money.
in for 20% of what Hartenstein is going to get.
Him. But I'm saying, Freezy, he could take an extension for a lot of money. We should just trade him because he played terrible in Game 7.
No, it's not the same thing. Brunson's not an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah.
The reason why we're having this conversation is, do you pay that guy that did this in that Game 7, or do you bring in the replacements, bro? I don't know why you hate Disney so much. Cowboy Bob, don't act like you never saw that cartoon.
I don't hate Ricky Centers.
I did.
I just know
you never saw Pepper Ann. You never saw.
I thought you was gonna go Recess.
Pepper Ann, the replacements, bro. Come on, man. It's Disney.
Go ahead, Dre.
You trying to maximize Jalen Brunson's potential, whatever potential you see in him. I don't think drafting a rookie center with Tom Thibodeau as the coach is the right move.
Of them, bro. We want 2 young centers, bro.
Oh God.
But Dre, let me ask you something.
We want three young centers, just 2 rookies and another young center.
Dre, I was going to ask you something.
That man first?
Yeah, y'all be talking about Tom Thibodeau like he's Mark Daddy.
From Orlando, the Batadzi dude from Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all be talking about these 3 young centers like Mark Daigneault is our
But
coach.
Dre, can I ask you something though? The guys that are coming in, And what the way the league has been going in, there's been a lot more dribble handoffs and pick and roll situations. The younger guys that actually are coming in at center probably could set up better picks to help out Brunson because Mitchell Robinson, Hartenstein, they were bad this year as far as picks, and we've been having problems with screen and rolls. We're setting double screens at the top of the key, but if we can get a center who could come in and give Brunson that type of chance of giving him a better screen and give him the rebounding for a second chance, that to me would be more of a contribution that contribute to the team than what Hartenstein's doing.
Hartenstein
I'm not
sets the
saying
best screens on the
what I'm
team.
saying, Dre,
What are you talking about?
You
Dre,
said this.
what I'm saying is diversify your portfolio instead of having Mitch and Hartenstein here and Jericho Sims for $35 million, right? Use that money in different places, right? Spend $6 or $7 million, $8 million on 3 centers, and then use the other $27 million somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. I would prefer, you know what? Another primary ball handler. Instead of giving that money to Hartenstein, give it to a primary ball handler. Somebody that can help Jalen Brunson in those moments that you just mentioned.
And a taller one too, if you guys want to throw that in there. There's a lot of options too.
That's the thing. That's the thing I'm getting at. Fritz, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to throw the Disney reference out there. I know you probably too
Freezy
old
wants
to
to
remember
get
Recess and
like
Pepper Ann. Who's that girl? What's her name? Is she cool? Is she lame?
Freezy. I
I'm a
understand
bit too
Freezy's
old. I'm
point.
a bit too
Freezy
old.
wants to like spend $10 million on 3 young centers and give DeRozan some money. And
Jerome's
then
out
I
of
like them.
range.
I like them.
That's not a ball handler. That's not a ball handler.
yes, he
That's a
is. What are you
black
talking
hole.
about?
That's a black hole.
Oh, there we go.
I was joking.
I think you just disagreeing because I said it because Uncle Freezy definitely likes DeMar DeRozan.
Where you
No,
gonna
I
play?
don't like DeMar DeRozan at all. I'm just saying I don't think he would be fit here. I don't like him because the thing is, to be honest with you, if we're gonna have DeMar DeRozan here, it's gonna lock us into a very bad place. We're gonna have to end up getting away from either Randall or OG or even Hart. Like the way his impact would be, it'll be like a comet hitting the Earth, to where we would have to basically redevelop that area when he gets here. That's why I would.
I'll say this: DeMar DeRozan is an initiator and has played point forward
No, I'm
for
like I said,
multiple teams in his career.
he like I said, he has very good skill sets and everything. But as far as this team, what we need, we can get somebody cheaper and help us more long haul. Like for example, you get DeMar DeRozan. What is his contract? I think 30. I think it's like
I don't
30
know.
mil.
As a free agent, but
But okay, let's just
We don't know what he wants.
but
I
okay.
don't know
So
what he wants.
let's
yeah, but
so
Chicago offered him something a little less than he was making before. I think they offered him like 20s before the year
yeah.
was over. But yeah, they offered him 20, so I assume he's gonna get at least 20 this summer.
And there you go. Because then right there, if you even look at that, you get off of Hartenstein and get DeRozan. Okay, cool. We're still having problems with center. That's what I'm talking about.
No,
We still have that.
I'm saying something, Cowboy Bob. I'm saying something along the lines of save that money that you were going to spend on Hartenstein,
Mm-hmm.
right, and then trade the Detroit pick to the Lakers for Austin Reeves to come off the bench.
Ooh. Ooh.
Now I know y'all don't like Austin Reeves. I know.
I do, but Lakers ain't Lakers.
They're not doing that for that.
Lakers
They're
are
like,
greedy.
yeah.
Lakers are greedy right now. Lakers are greedy.
Yeah. Except they know that they have to rebuild in these last 2 years of LeBron and Austin Reeves on that roster.
And they got a
Those
new
guys was already
And what is the
saw
Detroit
getting work.
Pistons pick gonna do for the Lakers if they're rebuilding for LeBron?
Give them assets in order to move in a separate deal.
Yeah, because they don't have anything. They only
Because
have
they're
like,
not going to draft.
Austin
We all know
Reeves
they're
as a
not going to
player
draft
is
a
worth
rookie.
more than that Detroit Pistons pick.
What would you give up for him then? Would you give up Deuce?
First you have to
I
match
would.
his salary. So you gonna have to give up a player or two to match his salary. He makes like 16, 17 million.
And so
Something
would
like
you
that.
give up Bogey and Deuce?
Well, that would be too much. It would just be bogey.
bogey. I think it would be bogey in like two
It would probably be
protected.
bogey and 2 picks, not one.
Right. And because here's the thing, I'm not only going after Austin Reeves, I'm also going to see if I could talk to Chicago about a player that they have.
Yep.
Caruso.
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 I've been talking about him since last.
Caruso.
Yes.
Right.
He's
See,
been.
but my thing is, why would I box myself in with a dude that did not show up in a game 6 or a game 7 that we know is going to give you minimal impact on offense when I can legit go get 2 players, right? Go get 2 players, Austin Reeves and maybe Alex Caruso, to fortify the bench with Josh Hart. And I know y'all love Deuce. But if you think a bench mob of Austin Reeves, Alex Caruso, Josh Hart, and whoever the other center is not a valuable bench, even if the ninth player is a rookie, is bananas.
You got defense. You got guys who's gonna
I'm
spread the
saying
ball.
explore all your. I'm every time I try
I'm
to
saying,
explain
but
this.
it sounds like you're comfortable with Mitch being your starting center. So,
No, I'm not. That's not what I said.
well,
I've been saying it, Fritz. How many centers did I tell you I've
two
been
young
wanting to get?
He
centers,
said
We're,
he was
we're
willing to get rid
drafting
of
two.
both of them.
3 young centers, 2 being drafted.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to spend $8 million at center, maybe 9, depending on how veteran the center is. Right? I would be fine with Xavier Tillman and 2 rookies because I know Xavier Tillman as a center off the bench or a starter, however you want to do it. And think about this: we're down by 10 against Boston, and
Mm-hmm.
Tibbs puts on the floor. Think about this lineup on the floor: Xavier Tillman, right? OG Ananobi, Alex Caruso, right? Against with 2 other offensive players. You're telling me that defensive unit won't have the capability to hold the team from scoring while we chip away at a lead?
I like that.
I mean, or we could just go with Hartenstein.
You're doubling down from last year to this year, and you're expecting everyone to be healthy.
Right. And in those moments where we need the big primary ball handling type guy to help us initiate offense against an exotic look. Because the thing is, Jalen Brunson is not going to have all the answers every night.
Yep.
Some of these NBA coaches are going to throw exotic defenses and exotic looks at Jalen Brunson. And in our Achilles heel, if we can call it that, no pun intended, because of injuries, but our Achilles heel was we were not able to find the answers to unlock our offense when they trap Brunson hard once he crosses half. We giving the ball up to Josh Hart, and Josh Hart is doing a dribble handoff.
Yep.
Josh Hart doing dribble handoffs 40 feet away from the rim. Right? What are we doing out here? You legit add a Austin Reeves, another ball handling guy that gives you flexibility on offense, where even if they offer exotic looks, say they press Aaron Nesmith presses Jalen Brunson all game. Well, you know what? Austin Reeves can bring the ball up and be your other primary ball handler, right? And then now you can play Brunson off the ball and take advantage of his catch and shoot abilities that are at about 48%. But Jalen Brunson doesn't get to shoot 48% on spot up threes, on catch and shoots, because he's always got the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
Or we can pay Hartenstein $22 million a year.
Yeah. Well, that was the same idea with DeJounte last year.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying before y'all think I hate Isaiah Hartenstein, I don't. At the beginning of this live stream, I was super complimentary to what he could bring to a Memphis Grizzlies and an Oklahoma City Thunder. But Tom Thibodeau's not going to use him for that, bro. Like, this dude's got all these skills and talents. Tibbs ain't using all that. Tibbs is going to be set the screen up high, fake roll to the rim, be ready to offensive rebound. That's what he's going to ask that man to do. Right? He's not going to run a side pick and roll where Isaiah Hartenstein can just slide over 8 feet to the elbow to either shoot a jump shot or get his floater up. He ain't running that. Y'all know that. Y'all saw it for 2 years. How long we gonna wait on it? Tibbs is not gonna do that. And especially with Randall back, you think Isaiah Hartenstein is gonna occupy the mid range, and Julius Randle is going to be in a dunker spot. That don't even sound like even when I was saying it, it sounded ludicrous. Or we could pay Hartstein $24 million. And Cowboy Bob, I know you love Hartstein. I know you love the idea of paying the center position $37 million a year. Right. And if that's your flavor, I rock with it, bro. I say rock on, bro. But as for me, I'm saying before we lock ourselves in, let's just explore all the options. What's the matter with having rookies on the roster? It's not a curse. And maybe
It's not wrong
y'all
with
just don't
having
like
rookies on the roster,
white basketball.
but you don't have
Like
rookies in the
Reeves.
same
Y'all
position
don't
on
like
the roster.
Reeves and Caruso? Is that what it is? We just
No,
don't
I
like
love
white
I
guys
love
playing basketball?
Caruso. I
I
would
don't
love
mind
Caruso.
having rookies on the roster, but having two rookies of the same position is kind of redundant.
No, it's actually no, it's not because if you
But
really think
no,
about it,
it is redundant. We want it to be redundant, bro.
You want to see who catch on first.
that's
Yeah. You
And
want the
then the other
competition.
one fails, then
You have a backup.
yeah. And sometimes where people fail, others can succeed because not everyone can stop an Embiid. So if
And
one game, one of
and
the centers,
development is not linear. Maybe
yeah.
one guy is going to be
man,
better than the
I'm
other. One guy's going to
maybe
break
I'm
out the
old
box and
fashioned,
be
but
good
I'm
in
sticking
January.
with the
The other
devil
guy
I
catches
know
up.
than the one that I don't know.
No, well,
But if you do that, then Dre, you're not gonna have any room for growth because to be honest, you would be too scared to take a chance to move away from that person that you grew with. That's what we're saying. Don't get attached to someone who's gonna give you a certain
What?
amount of
No,
value and not
attached,
be
brother.
exposed.
I don't. You have you heard my
Like,
entire plan? I would
even
pay
you,
him and then
Dre,
move
Dre,
one of
even
them.
you
I would
said it.
move one of them and draft the rookie anyway. But it would just be for one season. I'm not keeping 36 whatever $35 million for centers beyond one season.
But if that cent is
I'm
not
not
being
doing that for an
utilized
extended
correctly,
amount of time. Freezy wants to go scorch earth for the center position
no. But
immediately,
if
and I'm
yeah,
just more.
I want to go. Yeah, I do. I want to go scorch earth at the center position, but I also want to reinforce the other positions on the floor. I don't want to have to depend on if Deuce McBride is hot this night or not. I don't want to be in that situation. I'd rather be more stable and get consistency out of that spot, rather than seeing if Deuce's first three goes in, he's going to get 18, but if he misses, he's going to get you 4.
And I'm like, I'd rather see arguably statistically the best starting lineup in all of basketball last year come back and see if we can upgrade around the fringes.
Right.
Because
You talking about the
unfortunately,
Celtics?
more likely than not. Well, no, when we talk about the best lineups, our 5-man unit with Hartenstein, Dante,
Okay,
and
okay, okay, okay.
OG and Randall and Brunson were
You want to see
an,
if that
a
can stay
very
if that can
dominant
stay
lineup.
healthy?
It was a
January
very
lineup.
dominant lineup. Objectively, it was a dominant lineup,
Yeah, it
and
was.
I
Yeah, it
feel
was dominant.
comfortable running that and trying to upgrade around the
And
fringes.
you okay? You okay with that lineup staying healthy?
Yeah, yeah. I, most of the injuries were freak accidents. Randall dislocated his shoulder, getting an undercut, and that got the ball rolling. Now OG is a guy that's just I don't know with his help, which is why I want to draft
When
someone
was the
that'll
last
be an
time Julius Randle
understudy to
finished the
OG.
season healthy?
Say it
Lakers.
again.
When was the last time Julius Randle finished the season healthy?
Are we gonna pretend that the injury was normal, or
No, it don't matter what the injury is,
it
whether it
kind
was
of
the
does,
accident,
man?
whether
He
it was
got
the accident or
undercut.
on purpose. Is injury is an injury.
Are you calling Julius Randle injury prone?
No, I
No.
asked you a question. No, I asked you a question.
He didn't finish the last two seasons healthy.
The last 3 seasons, right?
Mm.
If he wanted to, if we had something to play for, he would have played.
But he was injured, though, right?
Yeah, and we were completely out of the playoffs.
And he
And he kept playing while injured while we
he
were
played
already out of the
injured last
playoffs.
season, right? He played injured last season, and how did he look?
Terrible.
Last playoff. What I'm saying to you, bro, is just take the strength in numbers approach, right? I get this whole thing about a core locked in for a million years and all of that stuff.
I know, no.
What I'm saying what I'm saying is strength in numbers. You saw y'all saw this team, y'all saw how injuries, one injury led to a cascade of multiple injuries during the year. Right? It wasn't like it wasn't like Mario Kart where dudes were just falling on banana peels out there. It was like one dude gets injured. Now your center position has a lack of depth. Right? Right. Now
where did I say I wanted to lock in for a bunch of years? I wanted
well,
to
out there
lock in for
Hartenstein.
1 year and maintain flexibility to pivot.
You're gonna sign him for 1 year?
No,
No, he's
you
gonna sign
can't
him
sign
long
it for
term and
1 year.
then try to trade him like we tried to trade
Oh,
Evan
okay.
Fournier.
Or trade him
Like we tried to
or
trade Cam Reddish.
either him or Mitch and draft a big. I want it to be transitional. I don't want it to just be three centers, three entirely new centers. I want it to be we have two centers, one young one coming in. You remove one of the old ones, and then you have two younger centers in at the next year while you have Hartenstein or Mitch here still. I want it to be transitional, not three entirely different centers. It'll be one new center this year, and then by next year it'll be another rookie center, and your rookie center going into his second year, and it'll be either Mitch or Hartenstein here, just one of
But
them.
but Dre, you're not putting into account injuries because if this were to work, let's say in the center position, we can still go through injuries to where our guard plays and
I could
needed.
walk outside right now and get hit by a car.
No, but
Yep.
this is what I'm
Yep.
saying. That injury, whoever it may be to, can still show you the way that how Hartenstein was unaffected with injuries this year. It might repeat again next year.
I could
That's all
walk
I'm trying
outside
to
and get
say.
hit by a car.
Right. But Dre, even with that analogy, right? Even with that analogy, if you draft a rookie center this year and keep Mitch and keep Hartenstein, and Mitch gets hurt, isn't your young
Mm-hmm.
center gonna play anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but why force him? Why thrust him out there?
But the thing is, is if you draft a guy, Mitch gets hurt, he plays anyway. Now you have $13 million in street clothes,
Well,
Mm-hmm.
any
we
injury is
could have
going to
used
be a
that money for
substantial amount
Alex
of money in
Caruso.
street clothes. You could pivot it another way, and then okay, we get Caruso, and then he gets hurt. That's $12 million in street clothes, and you just traded for him
Right,
to be a key piece. Then
right.
what? You can't use the injury excuse as a money pit for everything.
I didn't think Alex Caruso was injury prone like that, but that's a good point. It can happen on either side, right?
Yep.
We traded for Bogdanovich, and he's not a center, and that man got hurt in the playoffs, and that's $20 million gone.
In street clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right, right. Knowing that though, knowing that, right? Wouldn't you rather insulate yourself for guys that can play at those guys' position, knowing that the center position is gonna get hurt anyway?
Mm-hmm.
that's why I'm slowly transitioning. I'm not gonna put all my eggs in this basket forever.
But
I'm
the thing is,
slowly transitioning from these centers, but I'm doing it in 1 year.
with two
I'm
new
putting
I'm
all my
centers,
eggs
drafting,
in one
hold on,
but
basket.
I'm
Dre,
drafting a young center. I'm paying Hartenstein. The following summer, I'm drafting another young center, and I'm moving one of Mitch and Hartenstein up out of here. And then my center rotation will be a second year center that probably learned a lot, a younger center behind him, and an established veteran that probably makes 18 million.
but
So that's about 20 million in the center slot in a cap space that's 170 million. I'm cool with that.
But Dre, can I just say something real quick? Your 2 year process can be done in 1 year with two centers. If you
And
replace Martin,
I'm not comfortable having
hold on,
three different centers
hold
when
on.
there's
Let
a
me just say,
learning
hold
curve
on.
for a Tibbs defense as far as centers.
Hold on. I'm using your example. You said this year one new one, next year another one, to where we can slowly develop them into the system. What I'm saying is we can have that this year, find out which two actually works, and then we can say, hey, we can keep these two and see if it works further down the road cheaper. or we can use one of those pieces for next year out of the better player that we found this year and trade to get a better center to actually start. That's the option. That's what I'm
Track
saying.
history under Tibbs.
Hold on.
Track
That's why I
history
said
under
your
Tibbs for
2 year
centers.
process. Hold on. Let me
Usually,
finish. Your 2 year process of doing one. We
it
can
is a
do with
1 year
both players
process,
in
not a
1
2 year
year.
process. It's a
We can
1
do
year
both
process.
players in 1 year and have a better year next year, because this year we're going to start off with a lot of injuries, and this is a perfect time to use those injury times when guys are coming back to develop the younger players. So now is the better time to do it than opposed to doing it next year. Because what you're proposing is, you're just the same way you said Alex Caruso and our guys can get hurt. You're suspecting that everyone's going to stay healthy. But I would rather take the chance now in 1 year finding out which two are the better guys, and then next year trading off the weaker piece for a better player to be above the guy that we have now in the back end and still have money left over to create space for other players. That's all I'm trying to say. So instead of having a 2 to 3 year process, we can do it all in 1 year when we're weak and we know next year we'll probably be a lot better in health and everything. Then we can get better value.
I don't know what you just said, man.
All I'm saying is your 2 year program of 1 and 1 can be done in 1 year this year.
And why would we do it? I
And
mean,
I'm with Cowboy Bob on that.
I
And it's
just
a
think
lot. The reason
I
why you
think
would
that's
do
just
it is because
unnecessary.
the time frame moves you into a better standard. Because one, you have a permanent young center to be there now. You can trade off the weaker values to upgrade the better than the person you're keeping. And on top of that, you can move around assets to strengthen your guard position, your small
Right.
forward position, and you can actually be better off because now you have young guys that are being incorporated in the system. And it would work because they're doing it at a shorter time and getting longer results. That's all I'm saying. This year is better. If it wasn't this year, if this was last year and we were talking about Hartenstein, I would agree with you and say, yo, 1 and 1, we need to develop. But based off of what we just saw, we're not coming back at 100%, period. So I'm taking that chance because next
Cowboy
year,
Bob made like 8 points.
sorry. I was on the road because I'm like, why would you spend
Prince
3 years?
Cowboy Bob talking about 8 things at once. He's talking about us coming back from rehab assignments, and I get what he's saying. I get what you're saying, right? But the first part of what you said to Dre, I think could be summed up in the transition period is not as threatening as what we think it is, right?
Thank you.
Because in theory, we added 2 players to this team and they came and fit right in, right? Dante DiVincenzo came and fit right in. Dante DiVincenzo's only been here for 1 season. OG Anunoby got here in December 31st. And as soon as he got his jersey, he fit right in, right? Josh Hart's been here for a year and a half. I know it seems like 5 years, but Josh Hart's been here for a year and a half, and he fit right in. And then to assume that if you draft 2 centers, that they won't fit right in right away, to me, I think it may be a little bit of fear that if you rock the boat will tip over. But it may be a little bit of fear mongering too, right? I'm thinking Dre don't want to rock the boat, right? I think Dre don't want to rock the boat, right? But if you talk about the additions that we made, Hartenstein's only been here for 2 seasons, and we're moving like Hartenstein's been here for 5 seasons.
I think that this is the thing. It's not rocking the boat. You want to move picks for solid role players, and I want to like hoard my picks for an actual impact player, like an actual top 15 type player.
But the Knicks have enough assets where they can undo a mistake. Or if you know what, it's not working, we could throw another pick. Like Josh Hart. Oh, it's not working. Oh, Cam Reddish wasn't working.
Yeah.
we threw a pick out there and we got Josh Hart.
Yeah. And the other thing too is with so many players coming back from injury this summer, the boat is already rocking, right? These guys' summer routine is already out of whack because some of these guys won't be back until August, September, October, and some of them will be reevaluated. And so it's been about 2 weeks, right? They'll be reevaluated in about 4 to 6 weeks just to be reevaluated. Not guaranteed that they'll be able to resume basketball activities. They'll just be reevaluated. And the original timeline is 6 to 8 weeks. So in 4 to 6 weeks, they'll be reevaluated for their injuries, and their summertime routine is thrown off schedule because they're rehabbing from injury. So we're already in that case where we're not going to hit the ground running at training camp. And this will be OG Anunoby's first training camp with the Knicks if he returns.
But
It's a lot of things
you're
to
talking
consider.
about the only player as far as bigs that would be qualified that you want to replace is Mitch. Well, the only player that's injured as far as the centers is Mitch. The other guys that you're talking about, we're not replacing them. We're not getting rid. We're not outside of maybe Bogdanovich. Josh Hart is going to be here.
Yeah.
Randall's still going to be here. Brunson's
Yep.
still going to be here.
Yep.
So this rock the boat thing, it's going to be, the boat is going to be rocked regardless if you chop
That's what I
three
said.
centers off.
That's what I said. I said the boat is. I said the boat
So
is rocked already.
I'm saying it's not relevant to the rock.
It's
the boat
absolutely
thing.
relevant, bro. Randall's not going to resume basketball activities until October.
So 3 young centers is going to help us keep our heads afloat.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is we're assuming that it's kumbaya right now, but a lot of these guys are rehabbing injury. We're already in a situation of uncertainty. Who will be back at what time and in what capacity? We're already in that information gathering mode. Right? It's not like everybody, it's not like we lost in a crucial game 7 to Boston and everybody walked off the floor healthy and now they're going to go to Cancun and then return for training camp healthy after their normal routine. A lot of these guys are hurt.
I was going to just say, now is the time to use that time to develop the rookies, because we always talk about how we don't develop rookies, but at the beginning of the season would be a perfect time, especially at the center position. Because once everybody comes back, we'll be good. Whether it's this year or next year, we have to make a move, Dre. That's the whole point. And
What I'm saying is,
my point
I
is
think
that I'll do it next year. I'm not flipping out to spam my draft picks on role players.
yeah, I am. I have to. I trust. I trust Tom Thibodeau's 9-man rotation, and I know our rookies may or may not be in it. Right? They may or may not be in it. But what I have to do is insulate the Knicks from what happened this season and this offseason. There's no way we can carry these veterans at the back of our roster that don't do anything. The Albie Shore looking dude, the R&B singer look, Charlie Brown with the cast, bro. That dude had that cast on his hand for like 2 years. I mean, come on, bro. I mean, DeQuan Jeffries. We've been carrying DeQuan Jeffries for like 2 years, but what has he done? And y'all know Ryan Arcidiacono coming back. Y'all know the 15th spot is going to be Ryan Arcidiacono. We already know that. Right? So if you know we're going to waste roster spots, why not give those roster spots to rookies is what I'm saying.
I agree. This is probably the best time to develop in a long time. We haven't.
I think you just saying Brian Arcidiacono lets me know we only drafting 2 rookies. We ain't drafting 3.
Yeah, that's
we
right.
ain't drafting
Right.
4. You just saying Ryan Arcidiacono lets me know we drafting 2 rookies. Period.
Since Ryan's coming back, we'll draft 3, but we'll put 1 on a 2-way deal. Keep him in the G League because you got to give Ryan his guaranteed money.
At least for half the season before we trade him again.
Before we trade him. Yeah, before we trade him to Phoenix.
We're going to trade him for a role player.
Trade him to Publix.
Yeah. So I that's all I got, y'all. Man, I ain't, I hate to do it to y'all, man, but I gotta pound the table for Ryan Dunn and some young bigs to come in the door. At least Eves Misi, bro. We gotta whether you like
that man wants an angry basketball player.
Yeah, man.
So if we get done, you would be okay.
Oh, we
No.
got it. We got to draft Ryan Dunn. Some things are serendipity,
Okay.
right?
As long
Like
as you
Jimmy
get
Butler
done.
and Tom Thibodeau did. Like Jimmy Butler being on the board for Tom Thibodeau to draft is serendipity, right?
Okay.
The same thing with Ryan Dunn and Tom Thibodeau, bro. If somebody else takes a Ryan Dunn, I think the Knicks will trade all their picks and just go home. They won't draft a soul.
Okay. At least
I
Ryan
think
Dunn
the
is
Knicks
good.
would draft Ryan Dunn in the top 10 if they had a top 10 pick.
If they
That's how.
value him
That's
high enough,
how.
they'll package the 24 and 25 and try to get him.
Yeah. And now he shouldn't come off. He should fall to them at 24. But you got to read the tea leaves though.
And other teams would do it just for spite too. They just to get the other picks.
Yeah,
They'll
and
purposely get them.
we'll watch Ryan Dunn on the New Orleans Pelicans
Oh
beat out
God.
Herb Jones, and then wonder who Ryan Dunn is.
Yep. Let's not
Basically,
have that.
Ryan Dunn is a more athletic, more defensive minded Herb Jones.
Oof.
Mhm.
And then he can pick up his offense with off of the defense from creating.
He ain't doing no
No,
offense, bro.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Can he pick up like OG, like create turnovers, create his own shots like that?
Those are two different things, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Create his own shot.
create
He's about
turnovers and
3-4
create
years away
offense
from
are
that.
two different things.
Okay. Can he create from turnovers?
Yes, he's
Okay.
that guy. Yeah,
Okay.
he's a deflection manga.
Okay. Then that's actually good
So
because that's
he won't block a lot of shots, but he'll be
yeah,
disruptive in passing lanes and stuff like that. But if
that'll
you're
help us
asking
out.
me, is he gonna sauce somebody up in an ISO and get to the basket, layup, and one off the glass? No.
No, I was just asking because I was seeing if he's like how OG can get into passing lanes and disrupt and create offense for us. If he can do that, like by doing turnovers, steals, and all of that, that's good to me, especially as a rookie because you're gonna have a guy that's doing pretty much what OG's doing, but we can train him into that to be another OG. That's all I was asking because I don't know done like that.
Just think Herb Jones, right? Just think a 4 years younger Herb Jones. Right,
Ooh,
that's who he is. Just think Herb Jones at 20 years old is what Ryan Dunn is right now. And Herb Jones was a monster at remember Herb Jones was 23 years old coming out of Alabama.
mm-hmm.
Herb Jones was 23 years old coming out of Alabama. It's the reason why he was a second round pick. If he just wasn't ready, right? He just played out all of his eligibility and his offense didn't get better. Right? Think 18-year-old OG Anunoby going into Indiana. Super athlete, super defensive minded guard. OG Anunoby at 18 could guard 1 through 5 on any given night before all the knee injuries and stuff.
That's perfect because you will get OGs not to that level, but you get that contribution on the second team. And that
If we draft Ryan Dunn, Ryan Dunn might be the best defender on the roster.
what over OG? If OG comes back,
OG
it,
Anunoby is a better defender because he's stronger.
mhm.
But Ryan Dunn can guard Tyrese Maxey right now. Now,
Okay, we moving on.
Ryan Dunn won't be able to guard Pascal Siakam and Giannis, but Ryan Dunn could. The fast guards you saw that
Mhm,
gave OG problems, Ryan
mhm.
Dunn can guard them right now.
Dame,
Now the big forwards like Giannis, and Ryan Dunn's not big enough and strong enough. I mean, everybody has their limits, man.
but he can
Right?
stop. He can stop.
I'm not saying the dude is perfect, right? Everybody has their limits,
Mhm.
right? But Ryan Dunn can guard fast guards right now.
He can stop.
That's what he
Matisse
was tasked
Thybulle.
to do.
Like
Yeah, he could. That means he can stop Dame when Dame is doing his thing, and we can have OG.
We got to relax, bro. I said he could guard them. I didn't say he could stop them, though.
My fault. Yeah, I
okay.
did.
When you're talking
Uh,
about a Hall of Fame point guard, bro.
yeah, I know. I got gas. I got gas. He could. He
Yeah.
could. He could be in front of him to where that'll help us out because then him and Dante that'll help out our defense a lot.
If we had Ryan Dunn against Indiana, Tyrese Halliburton probably would average 13 points a game.
Damn. Damn.
That's how good defensively he is. Now, everybody else in the draft is going to have their own skills. I looked at all these dudes, and all of them look like ham sandwiches of different Dre, all of them look like ham sandwiches of different varieties to me. Right? The one dude that stood out to me is Ryan Dunn's defense.
That's
I
the
would I would
transferable
if he was
skill.
trust me, you know I like calling people ham sandwiches, bro. So if he was a ham sandwich, I'd have called him one.
Ham and Swiss on rye.
Yeah, out of the airport vending machine. Yeah, man.
Oh, or the tuna salad. From them
Yeah,
things.
yeah, man.
Chicken salad. Ugh.
Yeah, they're from the Walmart Subway, right? That type of ham sandwich, right?
Meatball sandwich.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying about this draft. Ryan Dunn is a role player. Ryan Dunn is a role player, right? But the role you put him in, he will be a star in that role. But if you ask him to initiate offense, if you ask him to be a triple double machine, you have the problem, not Ryan Dunn, because you already know what he can do. And if you ask him to do anything different, that's a you problem.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
I'd like to see that. I'd like because then if we have OG, Ryan, Randall, that'll actually help out the center position
If you
to where
put
we can
Alex
use them.
Caruso, Ryan Dunn, and OG Ananobi on the floor,
You ain't scoring. That's like how the Magics were with Jonathan Isaacs. Like he'll give you 10, 15 minutes of shutdown defense to where nobody's scoring. That'll be perfect for us because we lose in late games. Third
that,
quarter,
that-
fourth quarter.
right? And that's why I'm saying before we box ourselves in with a bunch of thoughts that we think may be accurate based on what we saw in the regular season, let's just approach this off season with our eyes wide open, exploring all options, and then make a decision. Like if we go through this process and then bringing back Hartenstein for 27 mil a year is our best option, then bring him back.
Hmm.
Right? I mean, I don't count people why. If that man, if the market dictates Isaiah Hartenstein making 28 mil a year and the Knicks want to give him 5 years, 28 mil, so what? Right? I'm just saying explore the markets first. Hey, Fritz, you got anything else before we get out of here, bro?
No. That's it.
Hey, what's going on with the NBA economy show?
Yeah, I got like 6 videos out there, but I'm for the like off season. I'm trying to put a couple videos out a week.
Okay.
Right now is a lot of Knicks stuff, but I want to explore like more of the NBA.
Okay. Okay. Dre, you got one point before got a point before we get out of here?
I'm cooked, man.
Me too. I can't believe I can't believe Dre dragged me in the street like that, bro. Is this what we did? Is this how our off seasons are though?
You
Yeah,
put a rock in my shoe the whole night, man.
yeah.
Hey, you know what? I think our off seasons are like this though, because I look back at a couple of the shows with me, you, and Adam. And bro, y'all were on me. There was a show that Adam said he would trade for Steph Curry and Dame Lillard and bring them off the bench. And I think hey, Dre, you don't remember that show?
I remembered it
Okay.
vividly.
And I was like, yo, why y'all dragging me out in the street, man? Really?
He said that with a straight face.
He was doubling down on it, bro.
Steph Curry
Yep.
on the bench.
Trade all
Like,
your draft picks for bench players. And they'll like it because they want to win. Winning in New York is not winning winning in Golden State.
winning is winning. What are we talking about? Like,
Yeah.
go New York, go New York, go. I think our off seasons are all freaking Wild Wild West shootouts from like the 1800s. Once the off season starts, it's like purge.
So Fritz, don't take none of this stuff personally. Dre
Nah,
and I
it's
don't take any of
it's
this
these
stuff
articles
personally.
out here, these crazy articles.
So Dre know how I feel about him. I be wilding some nights, but it's basketball talk though. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so thank you everybody for coming through and hanging out with us. Twitter, thank y'all for showing up. X is in the building. Salute. Even right now, there's like 30 people watching us on X. Salute to everybody on X. We're gonna get out of here. The members only show 9 a.m. We'll be here in 4.5 hours for the members only show. Talking that talk the way that y'all like to have that talk to y'all, man. We're gonna get out of here. Peace, everybody.